Good morning. Steve, do we have everyone? Are we missing anyone yet?
I don't see Matt yet,
Okay.
but oh, yep, I do see Matt.
Oh, he's on?
Think
Okay,
we're-
perfect. He was the
Yep.
only one I hadn't seen. Okay, perfect. Then we'll get started. Good morning and welcome to the July 27th, 2023 meeting of the DC's Historic Preservation Review Board. My name is Marnie Heath, the chair of the board. Public notice of this WebEx meeting and participation instructions have been emailed to the project applicants in the HPO mailing list and posted on the Office of Planning website. The meeting is live streamed and archived on the Office of Planning's YouTube channel. Please be aware that if you're watching on YouTube, you will not be able to provide testimony. Those wishing to provide testimony must register in advance and join via WebEx. I want to ask each board member participating in today's meeting to turn on their cameras, and I'll do a roll call in order to identify who's present. Board Member Auerbach.
Good morning, Andrew Auerbach present.
Excellent. Board Member Beatty.
Good morning, Board Member Beatty's present.
Good morning, Board Member Bell.
Good morning, Matt Bell, present.
Good morning, Board Member Failer.
Good morning, bringing up the last half of the alphabet.
Right? Yes. Perfect. All right. So as all of us are present, we do have a quorum. Before we begin the meeting, I'll go over a few procedural points. The camera function has been enabled for presenters and board members. At the beginning of each case, cameras can be turned off so that the focus is on the presentation slides. When cameras are off, each person speaking should identify themselves. I'll ask HPO staff to present their report and evaluation of the case. I'll then ask applicants to present their project plans. HPO has preloaded the plans provided by the applicant and will advance the slides upon request. Following the applicant's presentation, we'll hear testimony from ANCs, community groups, and individuals who have registered to speak. The camera function is not available for those providing testimony. After all testimony has been presented and the board is ready to ask questions and deliberate, I'll ask board members and staff and presenters to turn on their cameras. After the board is finished deliberating and taken a vote on the project, cameras can then be turned off for the next presentation. In accordance with the ANC Act, the Historic Preservation Review Board is committed to giving careful consideration to the community and ANC comments that we receive. Our regulations require us to give great weight to properly adopted written recommendations of ANCs in the matters that come before us. To ensure that great weight is given, the board discusses and addresses each issue or concern raised in ANC resolutions as a part of our deliberation and includes that discussion in the public record of the case as recorded in the live videos of our meetings. Following the meeting, on the board's behalf, HPO archives the video recordings on the HPO website, keeping them accessible to the public. They prepare a written summary of the board's actions, which includes a report of our findings and conclusions on any issues and concerns raised in ANC resolutions, articulating with particularity and precision our reasons why the ANC did or did not offer persuasive advice. And then they post the written record on the HPO website 1 week following the meeting, keeping it permanently accessible to the public. Don't believe there are any changes to our agenda based on what's been posted today, but we do have quite a few consent cases and one denial calendar case. Other comments on the consent calendar?
Yeah, Chair Heath, I have comments on all of the consent items. It's probably easier to say what I don't have comments on. I don't have comments on D, F, or I. But I have a question on G and then comments on others.
Okay, all right. Do you want to start with your comments and then we can take the question last?
Sure. I'll go through everything but G and I'll come to my question on G last. I'm sorry, I'm switching to notes. My camera will disappear while I have this. Can't seem to get it to do both at the same time. On case A, um, I just want to be sure that the staff and everybody's clear that the wall that's being removed and the column that's being removed in the basement is a substantial part of the structural system of the house, and would like the applicant to be clear with staff whether or not the floor will be retained and what they're going to do to retain the floor. The spiral stair on the upper level, I think, could be a simple U-shaped stair. There's a ability to fit one into the space that they have in the floor plan as they've designed it. And so I wonder if there's an opportunity to make that a more accessible and easy stair for everybody to use. The addition shows vertical siding, and I don't know that commonly we approve vertical siding, but if that could be reviewed with staff. The railings on the porch show wood ladder railing, and I don't think that's allowed by code anymore, but they should check that. The window well egress window has a pretty dramatic grade change around it, but there's no fence or guard to keep anybody or anything from falling down into the hole around that's created there. And finally, the rear elevation. This will all be seen from 16th Street, and so I would like staff to be sure. I'd like the applicants to present to staff the actual windows that they're proposing to use, and for staff to review the design to make sure that they're comfortable with the design as being compatible and appropriate with the neighborhood. In particular, the rear elevation has these big square, very large square windows with very thin profile window frames, which could exist but would be likely very expensive for a residential style project. And so I just want to be sure that staff is looking at what really will be built and installed. So if the applicants should be clear to share that with staff, I think that would be appropriate for this project. Moving then to 1323 W Street Southeast. I want to be clear, staff to be clear. I think that what's going on in this building is everything is being demolished, and it looks like from the photographs it's nearing demolition by neglect from the previous owner probably, but that what's remaining will be the facade, and the front facade will be heavily restored probably because they say they're going to restore in compliance with the guidelines, which to me means that all the windows, the wood trim, the roof, the porch, the door, the railings, all will be restored and upgraded to be something that is compatible with the historic district guidelines. Let's see. The one thing that I would also like staff to be clear on is what is the grill panel below the window, below the porch, I'm sorry, below the porch. What is that made of? And is it of a finish that's durable and a material that's durable so it doesn't rot too quickly? Is it a treated wood material? Is it something that gets painted? Because it's not something that's common within the historic district. Usually it's open. I think it can be closed. Just want it to be something that's durable. On the rear of the building, I'm not really clear what the awning is, the built-in awning. I don't know if it's like a little brise soleil or what it is, but if that could be clarified with staff. Is that an automated, awning that unrolls? Is it just a little brise soleil that pokes out from the window header? That should be clarified because it's not clear in the drawings. If it's something that's operable and what is it made of and how it will be finished. On item C, which is 2100 Martin Luther King. This one, I think, I don't know. This one I wonder about. I think we need some more information, or I feel like I need more information. I don't know how my colleagues feel about it, but we don't even have a full elevation of this building in the packet of materials that I found. We have a partial front elevation. This is a new affordable apartment building that's going on the bank, next to the bank building at V and Martin Luther King, over the underground parking garage that the building has on the corner. I think in the packet of information we have, information on who the people are. We have the plans, but we don't really have detailed elevations that we would normally need to approve. We have a partial, enlarged partial front elevation at the entrance of the apartment, but none of the other elevations and details are included in this package of information or the earlier package of information. And so I would just like to have more information on this. I'd also like to have some more information on the extent of underpinning that's going to be required, because this is being built over and around and adjacent to an underground parking structure that will remain in use and be used after the project is done. And so understanding all of that information, I think, would be important to the city, not so much a preservation issue moving forward on the project. I don't have any comments on D. On Porter Street, let's see. If there could be some more information about, just provide staff more information about how the skylights work in the metal roof on the back addition. They show on the proposed second floor plan on sheet A7. There are 3 new skylights on each side of the addition with a new standing seam metal roof. And in some locations, they seem like they're close to the structure of that roof, and they space in a really odd way with the seaming of the roof. So if staff could look at that to make sure they're comfortable with how it's being shown and that it is constructible. Let's see. F, I don't have comments. G, we're going to talk about later. H is 1717 Irving Street. Sorry, just taking a minute to open up the drawings here for my comments. On this one, we have the height shown of in the section of on sheet. Let's see, what sheet is this? A08 and A09. They tell us what the height of the old roof is, but nowhere do they tell us what the height of the new roof is. And it appears to be substantially higher than the old roof. The old roof is 25 feet above the grade. The old roof is 25 feet above grade, and then there's, it looks like at least another 4 or 5 feet, maybe 6 feet to the peak of the new roof over the addition that's being proposed. But it's not clear what that is, and I think we would want that in order to approve this report because it's a series of row houses that are all in similar height, and it's a bank. Know that information. All right. That looks fine. Sorry. I think J is next, which is Eastern 7050 Eastern Avenue. On this one, I think we have a number of options to choose from, and I think the elevation that's shown on HP 301B as in boy or bear is the one that I would lean towards, only because it makes a more generous gesture to the adjacent lower building than some of the other options that have been proposed. I do think that the thin wall that extends and it encloses part of the balconies at the back end of the building is too tall and just needs to be removed. And we could have the balconies extending, but I think that wall exacerbates the height issue that has been written about in the letter from one of the residents. It just feels really tall when you look at it at HB 303. And when you're on the site, that part of the street really is much lower construction than the front elevation of the building. And then Last but not least is K Street, which is 1311. S Street. This is for an ADU. I just want to note that this is a really unique property condition because it's tucked in this corner and adjacent to essentially a large commercial building that it really is unique in its consideration. And I think they found an effective way to make use of the site, and I don't think it impacts the other any of the alley presence on the site. So those are my comments on everything except for G. I don't know, Marnie, Chair, if you would like to have everybody else's, if anybody else has any other comments before I ask the question on G.
Sure, let's, I'll open it up to other board members to see if there are questions or, sorry, comments on any cases before we take G in more detail. Any other comments from board members? Okay. All right, then G, Gretchen, would you like to call staff for
Yeah,
this?
I think it'd be helpful for me to have some more information from Tim in particular on this, because I know that it says it is a large thing to put in consent and a complicated project. And especially given the fact that it's a number of small properties and there are no mega block properties really, with the exception of the Four Seasons Hotel that's adjacent to this area. I just wonder what was discussed at OGB through the CFA on that, and how they felt that this was compatible from a preservation perspective. And I'm also curious about the measures that are going to be taken because of the high likelihood of not only archaeology, but human remains within that archaeology on the site.
Okay, with regard to the archaeology, the statement in the staff report stands pretty much as it is, without further embellishment, because we don't actually have a legal hook, but we are alerting property owner to the potential. Nobody really wants to find human remains on their property. It goes beyond anything in the preservation law, the responsibilities for when you find human remains. So it's principally an alert to the property owner. With regard to the Commission of Fine Arts review, Commission of Fine Arts is very concerned with issues of demolition. And I think they were satisfied that the demolition was limited enough. And I think that, as we stated in the staff report, that it doesn't rise to being demolition in significant part of any of the individual buildings, let alone the whole. And I think that the commission was convinced that the particular context of first of all, larger context south of M Street, where you do find larger buildings that were built in the 60s and 70s and 80s, in addition to some very large older mill buildings, create a context where it's conceivable to have taller buildings if the immediate context justifies it. And I think that we had taken the position that because there's an even taller building immediately behind the new construction, that this precise context supported having a tall building. Also, I think that they have supported the idea that the new construction is sufficiently off of the historic buildings. It's a very light touch. There is some history to this project under a different applicant. A similar project was proposed a couple of years ago, but it was taller, and it also had it sort of it approached the historic buildings more and touched them more. So I think we are satisfied with having this sort of courtyard condition. As you know, many of the large sort of mid-block construction projects that this board sees often calls for more demolition and often calls for the buildings sort of being on top of the historic buildings, perhaps 40 feet back, perhaps less than that. So I think in the context of the board's reviews historically, I think this is probably preferable to many that the board has seen and approved in concept.
And Tim, what about the subdivision?
Well, I mean, the subdivision is necessary to assemble the land in order to do the new construction. I think a lot of the narrative about theoretical lot subdivision in the application was addressing the fact that for zoning purposes, they're going to have to do calculations for each of the buildings, and that what it suggests is that the buildings, the individual historic buildings, are largely going to stay in their own distinct uses. Not that that's strictly a concern of the boards, but I think that having retaining the individuality of use tends to retain the individuality of appearance. Now, technically, they will have to be connected, but as we know, as a practical matter, a lot of times the connection is established initially, and then the connections are effectively sealed as the spaces become individually used.
I know the land of what ifs can be really difficult, but let's say there's an unforeseen condition or something happens where these collapse during construction or something happens. If we subdivide these lots, then somebody could build a singular building that didn't have the subdivision of these smaller buildings that imply that there was the lot there, not understand the finer grain of Georgetown. Is that correct? So if something were to happen and this was rebuilt, would the OGB would the OGB have the authority to say, no, you need to retain that appearance of having individual properties there? Or could somebody?
Yeah, I mean, unless there were really an all-consuming conflagration on the block, I don't see that as being even a remote possibility. I mean, if somebody made a mistake and knocked down a single building, I think they'd be pretty much confined by the fact that it's bounded by other historic buildings to go back with something that was similar to the original construction. Now they might play around with the height a little bit, add a story or something. But again, unless you had a sort of a square wide fire that wiped them out, it just doesn't seem at all likely.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Does that satisfy your concerns with G, Gretchen?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
You want,
Okay, then
you want me to give you a summary of where I sit with them? I put something together.
sure. Okay,
If that helps.
sure. That would be great.
There are some that I'm recommending that I would recommend asking for additional information before we approve, and that's items C and H. Item C and Martin Luther King, because we only have partial information. Oh wait, at the house.
Gretchen, this is Imania Price. How are you?
Hi, good.
For C, they should have you should see a stack in there of 15, and it should show the front elevation. They're not coming back exactly for the same revision. They did cut off half of that larger package you saw 4 or 5 years ago, but you should still see in the package in box that there's an elevation and some plans and some site plans as well that I had them include.
I see the partial plan on slide 13, Amania, and then I see
Yeah.
perspective views, which don't really, which, you know, look pretty, but don't identify the materials in the one dated,
On 12, line 12, or page 12, you should see the enlarged elevation with some material. And
right, a
then,
partial elevation, but it's not all the elevations of the building.
oh, I see what you're saying. The
Yeah,
side and the rear. Okay,
yeah, and the upper
understood.
part. And the same with the one that's dated June 15th of this year. That's the same information, basically.
Yeah. The one just has the side view, but it doesn't have the rear on the other side. Understood.
Yeah, because this building's gonna be viewed in the round, because it's not,
Yeah.
they're not attached. And because when you're coming down the street towards MLK, you'll see this whole elevation, and it'll be set against those houses that sit on the corner. So I think it's important that we know what that looks like.
Okay.
So, yeah, so thanks for asking.
Yeah, no, clarification. Thank you.
So I think C, and for H, I think we need to know what the height of the new roof is to understand whether or not it will be visible. That's 1717 Irving Street. So those are the two that I think I would ask that we consider deferring to get that information to propose to us. And all the others, I feel are either okay, or if everybody's comfortable with my comments, would need to address the comments, including the most dramatic of the comments probably is J, 750 Eastern Avenue, with the redesign of that back fin that encloses the balconies at the rear of the new apartment building.
Okay, so Gretchen, you're saying C and H.
That's what I would
And-
ask, yeah.
Okay, for additional information based on what
We
you
would just defer
requested.
voting on those. They would come back on the next consent calendar.
Sure. Yeah, and so long as you're satisfied with that additional information, we can take a vote on those then.
I think that's a good idea. I mean, Gretchen has
Okay.
a good ability to look at this stuff for detailed things, and I appreciate
Mhm.
that very much. And
Yeah.
I think taking her advice on that's a good idea.
Great. I do as well. Okay, perfect. So we will defer I'm sorry, C, H, and J until next meeting, or until we receive the information that's been requested. Does anyone have any other comments or questions on other cases? All right.
This is Steve. I have a question about J. If we simply
Sure.
remove that fin on J, can it be approved?
I'd be okay with that.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Fin removal.
Fin removal on J.
We're not
Surgical
doing
fin
that on the
removal.
spot. You're saying you would talk to the applicant about that, Steve?
I think if it's
And
a
bring it back.
condition of the board's approval, then the applicant always has the right to come back if they want to
Oh, okay.
argue for it. But
Okay.
you're approving it conditioned on it being removed.
Okay, got it. All right. That's helpful. So we'll keep, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Can I put in a pitch for H? I understand I understand the concern. We're going to condition this on the addition not being visible from the street anyway. What we did was we were concerned about the height, both the possibility that it could be seen at the previously previously proposed height, and also the effect on the view from the rear if it were built at that height. We had it asked the applicant to reduce it. Applicant did reduce it. We do have the interior height. Perhaps I don't recall it, but perhaps we don't have the overall elevation, including the thickness of the roof itself. I'm happy to have I'm happy to have that put in before the permit, but as I say, we're gonna require that it not be visible from the street to begin with. And what you would see from the rear, of course, is the rear elevation. and not so much the roof. So I mean, just in the interest of not postponing it for 2 months, I'm just posing that for your consideration.
What's your thought on that, Gretchen?
Gosh. I think with all the back and forth about the height, it would be not so difficult for them to tell you what the height of the new roof is, because I don't even see where they tell you, Tim, what the height is on the interior of that third floor level. When I look at the section on A09, I don't see it.
Tim, is that something they could provide us with by next week? So they're not waiting through the summer?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. We could bring it back then so as not to delay.
I agree, Tim, with the staff report about it should not be visible. But I just want you to have something specific that you're like, what are they showing there for the dimension of what's going to be visible or not? I don't know what they're going to build to, and you'll want something to check to whatever if they're going to do a lumber mock-up or however they're going to flag test. You'll want something to verify that the height they're showing the flag at is the actual height that they're going to build at. I'm sure that they would want that too, to confirm it with whomever they hire as a contractor.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I'm sure they'll have that by the time they have a permit application.
Yeah, I would hope. Okay. So are we satisfied with allowing them to bring back that additional height information next week?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So we are still deferring C and H. J, we're going to approve on the condition of the fin removal. And so I will make a motion that we approve cases A through K with the exception of C and H, which will come back to us with the comments that have been made today. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Andrew. Any further discussion? Okay, then all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, so the motion carries. We do have one case that's on our denial calendar this morning. Does anyone have any comments on that case? No?
Madam Chair, I'm going to recuse from that.
Okay. All right, so we have one board member recused. All else voting, I will make a motion that we approve the recommendation to deny this case. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great, thanks, Gretchen. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, so that motion carries as well. And we're now ready to begin our first full application of the morning. Historic landmark, the Church of Ascension on St. Agnes. Is the staff ready to make your presentation first?
Yeah, sure. Good morning.
Good morning.
So this is a concept application that involves the Church of St. Agnes of the Ascension St. Agnes, which, as you say, is a landmark building, which is identified as building number 1 in this site plan. The property also includes 2 historic townhouses at 1217 and 1219 Massachusetts Avenue. Those are not part of the landmark, but they are part, as is the church, contributing buildings to the broader Shaw Historic District. The church has been a landmark since the 1960s. There's also a chapel, a little ancillary addition to the church, labeled as number 4 in the addition or in the site plan here, which was built about 1920. It has the same general facade type, same nice stone facade. Its interiors have been altered somewhat. And that's one of the areas of this project. There are two components to this. One is a residential addition behind the two townhouses, a 7-story addition that would remove some relatively minor pieces of the rear of 1219 and a relatively substantial rear wing of 1217, but one that has been largely reconstructed following a fire in about 2002. So it doesn't really have very much historic fabric left to it. And then the second component is to alter the chapel, the social hall, and build a new parish hall that incorporates the facade and a portion of the front of that building into a 2-story parish hall and circulation space that would provide accessible access to all levels of the church and to the new parish hall. Um, uh, the staff is supportive of both aspects of the project. The applicants have been working with us for sort of off and on for several years on this. It's a long time goal of the church to achieve this project. We think that the extent of demolition on the rears of the townhouses is acceptable, and that the new tower behind is very much within the context of Massachusetts Avenue, a grand avenue which has lots of apartment buildings to it. The massing, as you will see as they show it, has been nicely broken down into sort of smaller component parts, vertically oriented windows, and a variety of sort of 2 different setbacks reflecting the different setbacks of the houses themselves, so that it breaks that larger building down into smaller pieces that we don't think is overwhelming to those houses. And in some respects, that has been the easier of the 2 aspects of the project. The slightly more challenging one has been the parish hall, which would connect to the side of the church. And there are 2 different options that you'll see that the applicants have presented. Their preferred option calls for a sort of a full height skylight atrium that would enclose the full height of the tall double height windows along that west elevation of the church. Um, uh, a second alternative has been developed at the request of HPO that lowers that atrium to about the midpoint of the stained glass windows, and from a street view perspective, largely makes the addition imperceptible as it is touching the side of the church. For those reasons, we think that that is the preferable solution, the better preservation solution. I think the applicants will, it's not without its challenges, figuring out how to flash the roof and the addition up against the side of the building, and particularly against those stained glass windows, will be a challenge. But nevertheless, we think that that can be worked out and is the better preservation solution. The project is not fully designed at this point. You won't see a tremendous amount of architecture yet. This is it's more than a massing study, but there's still work to be done on the design. But we thought it was the appropriate time to bring it to you all and get feedback on the general concept so that the applicants can move forward. But as I say, the staff is supportive of the work that's been done to date and are recommending general concept approval, but that the project should come back when it's further developed with a better sense of the architecture and design.
Thanks, Steve. Is the applicant ready to present?
We are.
Okay, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you, and good morning to the board. My name is Dennis Anderson. I am one of the principals of Dax Development. We were selected by the church to help guide them through this process. It's really a multi-year process, as Steve mentioned earlier, and you know, the goals from the church's standpoint are clearly to activate some very underutilized historic spaces that they own in order to really looking as this as a historic preservation for the future type of a project. The funds that will be thrown off by the residential portion of this will really help with some deferred maintenance items and ongoing maintenance for the sanctuary. I think Father Dominic, who is the pastor of the church, was kind enough to join us. He's been the driving force in this project for these number of years that they've been working on it. And so I thought it was really important to have him come and share a little bit about the impetus for the project and why it's so important. And then we're going to turn it over to Mark Lawrence and Sarah Beth McKay from El Studio, who've put the presentation together. Father Dominic, if you could unmute yourself, I think everyone is ready.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for this invitation and this opportunity. I have the honor of joining you from Brussels, Belgium right now. In 1874, a cornerstone was laid at the corner of 12th Street and Massachusetts Avenue in Northwest Washington, D.C. for a uniquely beautiful structure, a decorated Gothic church, 74 feet high, with walls of white marble from quarries near Cockeysville, Maryland, trimmed with pink Ohio sandstone. The building itself, by its timeless beauty, is a symbol of hope for all who live in the neighborhood and the thousands of passersby. We are well aware that we have been entrusted historic gems, hence the recent respectful and beautiful redesign of the gardens and the accessibility project to the main doors of the church. And with that same awareness, we indeed wish to continue tasteful and strategic restoration. We are also aware that a church is not just a building, it is people. Our overall population, 300, our weekly attendance, 100. People come from around the corner and 30 miles away. A quite varied community, young, old, every racial demographic, gay, straight, poor, well-to-do, in between, differently educated, and most interestingly, in our city, from across the philosophical and political spectrum. We are a house of worship whose value as such cannot be overestimated, a pilgrimage site for the soul, a refuge from the harshness of society, a place of welcome, and an anchor for the isolated and the searching. Our worship expresses itself outwardly, of course. Weekly distribution of lunches to homeless persons, Thanksgiving baskets for our neighbors at Horizon House in Claridge Tower, support for N Street Village nearby, which is for women in crisis, nearby Thompson Elementary School, and a neighborhood retirement community, as well, of course, as the food insecure individuals who come during the week for help. The church also provides regular, rich theological education and a vibrant music ministry. In addition to our own music, the superb acoustical quality of the church building is such that numerous musical groups make use of the space, including candlelight concerts attended thus far by over 1,000, predominantly young people. Since 2018, we have also been home to Washington's Georgian Orthodox community, St. Tamar Parish. As was shared, we have an ambitious yet very doable, I think, redevelopment project of our 2 row houses into apartments. This redevelopment will streamline our operation, relieving us of the great financial burden of the row houses. The redirected monies, along with an indispensable future revenue stream from the project itself, will help us to assure our future and help us to grow as a neighborhood partner. We want this beautiful structure and those who lovingly inhabit it to be able to stay at the corner of 12th Street and Massachusetts Avenue for another 150 years. Concurrent to this is the development of the Parish Center, as was mentioned, where the chapel stands, which will combine with the church. The Parish Center will include a conference room open to use by outside groups, think AA or ANC, and as well as also mentioned, render the entire church, and in particular its large hall, wheelchair accessible. This too creates, obviously, possibilities for new ministries and for the larger community which we seek to serve. I'm here today with Mark Lawrence and his team at L Studio. He lives in the neighborhood and happens to be a church member, as well as Dennis Anderson, whom you met, and his team at Dax Development. And finally, we've been fortunate for quite some time to have had the caring and qualified guidance of our project advisor, Bill Krakowski of Requity Real Estate Group, whose church projects include the recent $15 million renovation of National Presbyterian Church. As was mentioned, this has been many years in the careful preparation, and I am grateful for this opportunity and look forward to continuing a creative and fruitful conversation with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. I know that we have a lot to get to, so without any further ado, we'll turn things over to Mark Lawrence. Mark, it's all yours.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. I will move quickly through some of these slides, but the goal of today's project is about preservation and accessibility. There are two pieces of the project that we were talking about today that will then help inform a larger restoration of the church. There's a master plan in the works as well, but these are the first two steps to help us get there. We've talked about the different buildings on the site, and we're going to look specifically at when we start talking about the parish center at number 5, the 1965 infill. If you go to the next slide. Some photographs of the existing church and its surroundings. This also includes the accessibility project that took place in public space a few years ago, which now makes some levels of the church fully accessible. You can see, next slide. It's interesting for us just to note that when this building was constructed in 1874, that it was a standalone object, and the architecture that exists there suggests that we can build upon that and utilize some of those aspects, specifically the areaway on the west side of the building between the church and the social hall that was built in the 20s. In 1965, there was an addition and major modification of the social hall. If you go to the next slide, we can go to the next slide. Next slide. So looking specifically at the social hall and its relationship to the church, this is where the parish center is being proposed. But you can see some of the conditions of the social hall. There is a beautiful stone facade and a slate roof. Other than that, there is quite a bit of modification done to that building, which is causing issues from a maintenance standpoint, waterproofing standpoint, and drainage standpoint, as you can see in some of the photographs. But one thing to note here, we have dashed in pink the location of the proposed addition as it will intersect the roof of the social hall, of the existing social hall. Next slide. These are drawings from 1965 showing the renovation of the social hall. Most of the work is happening in the walls at the rear and in between the social hall and the church. There were a number of masonry walls built in place to provide a stairway down into the basement level below, and installing a bathroom that's at grade. So it was kind of the easiest way to get a sort of quasi-accessible bathroom in the rear. Next slide. And then you can see some of the sections of that stair that down into the lower level of the church. And at that bottom section, you can see there are in those drawings the masonry openings. They kind of blocked these openings up with CMU. And kind of made some storage. And we hope to kind of take all of that, restore that. So reopen those existing openings and bring them back to life and use. In the next slide, you'll see some okay, so this shows, this is the entry between the social hall and the church. So this is the door on the image on the left to get into a kind of landing reception area. And then there's a doorway into the social hall. You can see in the checkered pattern floor, and then a very old and not really working chairlift to get partially down to the basement below. There's a little bit of remnant. You can kind of see a piece of one of the buttresses, stone buttresses, that we hope to remove the masonry to kind of revisit that piece of the church and actually see that again. Next slide. Here you can see the interior of the social hall. As Father Dominic mentioned, it's being utilized by a Georgian community for worship. The image in the middle top shows those 1965 masonry walls kind of at serrated angles to support the clerestory. Those are some of the things that we'd like to remove and make better use of that space. We're also highlighting the location of the intersection of the addition proposed to the existing roof structure. So our intent is to preserve a portion of this, the front of this structure, preserve the stained glass windows on the side and on the front, and potentially reuse some of the stained glass windows in the Sunday school. All of these stained glass windows were part of a 1972 renovation restoration that took place. Next slide. Here you can see some of the kind of unearthing that we're talking about. The image on the left, proposing removal of the CMU to make use of that stone lintel opening. There's a number of those along the side of the church. And then you can see the image in the center. On the right side, you can see the existing underpinning of our neighbor at 1217. So this is the kind of pinch point of that space that we want to kind of unplug. Next slide. So existing plan of the church and social hall on level 1. Next slide. Existing basement level of the church and showing that areaway that's kind of and some of the blocked up openings that exist. So it's there's a lot of potential in kind of sort of being able to see the side of this part of the building and utilize it again. Next slide. And you can see the existing roofs of the two structures. Next slide. So as Father Dominic mentioned, this piece of the project is really about accessibility and getting everyone everywhere. So right now, if you're in a wheelchair or have accessibility issues, you can get to the main level of the church by virtue of the 2019 accessibility project. And then you can come back outside and get to the social hall and get partially down to the basement. Our project will, the proposal here will get access to all of those levels, and the basement is a really underutilized space that has lots of potential. There are sort of two levels to the basement. There's a main level that's at the lowest point, and then there's a sort of 5-foot step up. And so a portion of the basement is raised, and our proposal gets to both of those locations, but informs the placement of this elevator. Next slide. Here in plan, you can see the proposed parish center. We are proposing kind of just north of where it says Columbarium, the two doors there. That's actually a gate. We're proposing that existing steel door that you saw in the photographs gets removed, and we make a pure stone opening with the existing stone of the church and the existing stone of the social hall, and create a little outdoor courtyard that one can then enter a reception area to the left and into the gallery. And this would be a space that we see used for many functions, including vestry meetings or ANC meetings or other meetings as mentioned. And then we're proposing an elevator that has openings on two sides to get to the 5-foot main level of the church, and then down to the to grade and to areas above and below. And then we're proposing a stair that that runs just next to and not touching the existing walls of the church. Next slide. At the basement level, we are proposing new accessible bathrooms below, and elevator access to both the reception level, which is the lowest level of the church. We're also proposing here opening up those existing stone openings that we were talking about all the way across and freeing those up. And that gives us the ability to then have a stage area and Sunday school and some other areas more functional, better utilized. Next slide. And then at level 2, as Father Dominic mentioned, the functions that exist in the row houses currently from a support and administrative standpoint can move into the church proper and be connected with that facility in a more meaningful way. And so at this level, we have an office for the rector, an open office area, a restroom, and then a study in the front, all accessible by stair and elevator. Next slide. And you can see the roof. This is where we're proposing a new skylight that runs the length of the church. It's at 2 levels, and we'll get into those heights in some options. Next slide. Light passage into these existing stained glass windows is kind of one of the big topics and one of the pieces that we've been studying quite a bit. We did a walkthrough with Steve Calcott and David Maloney 2 years ago, and talked about the ideas and how this massing might start to take shape. And one of the things that we talked about is moving the massing back so that you can see a little bit of the roof of the social hall, but more importantly, see some of the stained glass and keep that visible. Next slide. The points of attachment are another piece that we are studying very closely, how the skylight will attach to the church. We're going to show 2 options today. One would attach the skylight between the bottom lintel at 33 feet 10 and above the stone arch of the stained glass window. Another option looks at Mutton 1, which is about 18 feet above grade as a potential point of attachment as well. These are the 2 options that we have presented to HPO and are open for discussion today. Option 1 is the preferred option of the church, but we understand some of the benefits of option 2 as well, and we'll talk about both. Next slide. In option 1, we are proposing a skylight that runs just above the stone arches, but just under the lintel, so it kind of tucks it underneath that inside overhang and allows for a nice clean waterproofing detail. And then it drops down as it meets the little outdoor courtyard space. If you go to the next slide, that becomes a bit more evident. Here you can see from a scale standpoint, the relationship of the proposed addition is quite small relative to the church and relative to its neighboring townhouses. So we're 30 feet in the air, but we're kind of just above the 2nd floor of the row houses and setting back. We are proposing an all glass facade that actually meets the height of the skylight. So it is a kind of high parapet. But we think making a kind of singular gesture here is the right approach in terms of so that the church is the highlighted piece and this becomes backdrop. Next slide. Showing it just a similar view, getting a sense of that scale and the relationship of the glass with the elevator. If you move into the next slide, we blow up a little bit more. So here you can see that outdoor courtyard between the stone wall of the social hall and the church. Oh, there's a glass enclosure that allows for that church level to come across and access the stair, and there's a way to see down into the basement below as well. Next slide. This is an important view at the main level of the parish center, so showing the relationship of this new building, that it kind of lightly touches the church, but works next to it and allows for the freeing up of some of the existing conditions that occur, and so it allows for you to walk down these set of stairs and see these existing stone walls. Next slide. From the interior, this gives you a sense of how that enclosure works, that it is running above the stone arches at 4 of the stained glass windows, and this is part of that discussion of setting the massing back, that it steps down, you can see on the left-hand side, to attach at a lower level as it meets the front at Massachusetts Avenue. Next slide. Option 2 is, in terms of its program and massing, almost identical to option 1, with the exception of the skylight, but the plan of the kind of wedge-shaped piece remains the same. So its relationship to the social hall and the outdoor courtyard are all the same. This option, if you go to the next slide, is smaller in scale, has less of an impact from the street, but it has, we think it has more of an impact that challenges it a bit as it relates to the existing church from the interior. If you go to the next slide, you can see that relationship, and then the next slide. So the courtyard here is the same. The relationship from the outside as you enter is the same, but the height of this massing is much smaller, and you can see how it starts to connect to a kind of midpoint of the stained glass. Next slide. So here I think is a point, and we'll go through these in comparison, but this is showing that stained glass skylight, sorry, that skylight is dropped to meet the stained glass at a lower level. So it attaches in at a existing mutton, as we've talked about. Next slide. And then you can see that relationship. So there, in this scenario, there is, potentially more of an impact on the amount of light coming in. That's a natural light. This will probably require more artificial light to make an even kind of lighting of these stained glass windows. Next slide. Just looking at the two in comparison, option 1 on the left, option 2 on the right, from a scale standpoint. Next slide. And then zooming in and seeing the relationships of the two. So in the next slide. And then from an interior standpoint, I think this is where I think the concern about option 1 lies in terms of its impact on the existing church from a preservation standpoint.
You mean option 2?
Sorry, option 2. Yeah. Option 1, we feel kind of lightly touches the church and allows it to be seen more freely from the interior. Option 2, there is some impact that we want to make sure we can, we know we can accommodate, but from the church's standpoint, that's the big reason for for option 1 being the preferred choice. Next slide. Okay, so that's part 1. Part 2 of the project is the addition at 1217 and 1219, existing conditions of those 2 row houses. Our goal is to preserve and restore these to the extent that we can. I mean, they're beautiful, and we intend to keep intact what you see here and the main bodies of both of these buildings. But you can see from the rear, there's a number of additions over time. If you go to the next slide, you can see we've documented the kind of development of 1217 and 1219. And as Steve Calcott mentioned, the main house of 1219 will be preserved, and the sorry, I have to make sure I have the right.
The main house of 1217.
Yeah, main house of 1217 will be preserved, and the full house of 1219, which is the dumbbell-shaped building, will be preserved as well. So in the lower right-hand corner, you can see the areas of removal of non-contributing pieces of both of those buildings. Next slide. You can see that in plan. So we've put a pink lasso around the building, the pieces of the building that we intend to preserve, and then removal of some of these other elements behind. The areas, especially on level 1 and level 2 of the main house of 1217 and 1219 have beautiful interiors that we intend to restore and maintain. But I think the big piece is the dogleg portion of 1217 that had a fire about 20 years ago that was rebuilt, but doesn't have the same historic quality of the main house. Next slide.
Question while you're on this slide, before you move to the next.
Sure.
The representation of pink on the exterior wall, and looks like where the fireplace or something that maybe, I don't know what that is, but there's one portion that comes into the interior. That is not, we are not to read this as though the majority of the interior is being demolished, correct?
That is correct. The majority,
Okay.
we are, in terms,
Majority of the interior is being maintained, preserved, and refurbished.
yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Sure. From a massing standpoint, just looking at the existing zoning, zoning allows to come all the way to the front property line, and there's a 90-foot height limit that is similar to some of the neighboring buildings to the west and north. There is also a rear yard or a setback from the alley that you can see with that slanted wall or volume. And our intention is to try and get zoning approval to get relief from that setback as well, so that we can set this building back from the street. If you go to the next slide, you can see the proposed massing at 2 views as it relates to the row houses. And as Steve mentioned, breaking the volume of this addition down into smaller components that relate to the existing buildings in terms of the separation between the two, the facade sets back, and also kind of breaks plane to acknowledge the 2 existing row houses. Next slide. From the street, this setback kind of lends this massing to kind of work with its surroundings of the neighboring buildings. And if you go to the next slide, you can see a view directly across the street, and another view if you go to the next slide. And then next slide. Just looking at the elevations, one of the things that we think is quite nice about the setback is that the side of the building allows for the new housing to kind of view and look at the church. So we think this will be kind of a nice feature seen in the east elevation. As Steve mentioned, the windows kind of work with the existing proportions of windows in terms of width and height of the existing row houses, and work those into a kind of masonry facing facade on Massachusetts Avenue. Next slide. These are the side and rear elevations as well. Next slide. And then in terms of the plans, so looking at, and sorry, these are so small, putting them on one page. The idea here is that access can, we're maintaining the existing fronts of these buildings and entries and stairs so that at level 1, you can enter into the buildings as you do currently, but we're also proposing at the cellar level an accessible means of egress and ingress, so that would happen in public space, and that actually works out quite well. The sidewalk is not that much higher than the basement, but the grade kind of comes up and then goes back down. We're the big driving force here in terms of the massing and layout really has to do with the 2 stairs, 2 means of egress, and their required distance from each other. So placing 1 stair directly behind the main house of 1217, that's adjacent to a new elevator that accesses all floors and allows for a kind of center lobby elevator area. And then an additional stair in the back. But as you can see, the areas in gray become kind of amenity spaces or apartments, but we're kind of leaving them as an unknown because we want to preserve them as they are and minimize the kind of impact. And then as you move up, you can see at levels 4 through 7, there's that kind of jog at the in plan on the Massachusetts Avenue side to make a relationship to the existing row houses. And that becomes an area as you walk off the elevator and then accessing units behind. And then at the penthouse level, we are seeking relief to get some penthouse units as well, and a roof deck that's kind of is accessible to all in the building. Next slide. You can see again the massing and those relationships of new and existing. Next slide. And then a kind of the beginnings of a rendering looking at that relationship of the building. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time and patience, and we appreciate your feedback.
Marnique, you're breaking up a little bit here. I don't think we can hear you properly. So I'll ask a question while that's going on. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Do you have a drawing that has a site plan of all 3 of the old buildings, the townhouses, the church, and the new building?
Your view of the skylights is not cut in half or bisected. So I'm curious if you can just talk a little bit more about some of your thoughts on your preference.
Sorry, Marnique, I think we kind of heard a little bit of that question. Do you mind
repeating? Oh, okay.
Sorry.
And almost none of it, Marnique, actually.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, broke up.
Can you hear me now?
Now
we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. All right. So my question was for Steve regarding staff's preference of option 2 over or the shorter option. Forget which option that is. The shorter option over the taller
Option 2, right.
Okay, right. So I can understand from the perspective of what's visible from the exterior, but when you look at the rendered views, very much in sketch form of the interior, your understanding of the skylights and the relationship of the space to the skylights just feels much stronger in option 1. And so I was curious if you could just talk about your thinking there.
Yeah. And I don't disagree at all. I think that option 1 is better from the inside, and the reading of that side wall is very clean and very strong. But I think we're taking into account how the majority of the public would perceive this project, which is its public visibility. That's often, a primary consideration that the board has. While I think there are pros and cons of both, but I think from our perspective, looking at the public impact of this, we thought that the shorter option was better in making the addition more subordinate to the church on the exterior. We thought that the proportions were better of it lower behind the retained frontispiece of the social hall. I think we found this image that you're looking at now, that the proportion of the addition was a little bit awkward behind the frontispiece, and that the lower version, although I think there's again some design work to be done to it, that the inherent proportions were more pleasing, and there was sort of more to work with that. So, but yeah, it's a balancing of sort of competing interests and benefits between the two proposals.
I have a small thought to add to that as well, just
sure.
as the builder developer portion of this team is part of the goal for this, and I look at it as sort of future preservation, was to be able to deliver to this institution as low maintenance of an ongoing operational capacity as possible. And clearly, the means and methods of construction have come a long way in terms of these atrium systems, and but to introduce the lower skylight, you're creating more of a valley of glass, which means we've got to have different types of metal flashings and internal gutters, dissimilar materials that usually are joined by sealants, things that over time tend to fail earlier than than having a simple single sloping shed roof type of a connection with the other skylight. Again, from an aesthetic standpoint, it's inarguable, right? That it's certainly from the public viewpoint, it's much more imposing. Again, from our standpoint in dealing with the church, it's, hey, we want to make sure that over time this thing's going to hold up as well as it is when we leave it there. So that's just another aside.
With all due respect, Mr. Anderson, what we're seeing here is proposed in the image with the full height glass. Also, in order to maintain the translucency, I think this shows the architect is struggling with some of the same dialogue that they're having with the SHPO about the height and relationship of the addition, because this top band of glass is intended to be translucent. And in order for it to truly be this translucent, you're either looking at a very expensive kind of glass, or you're backlighting it to ensure that it is translucent and you do really have this transparency of a relationship of the new building. But also there's a lot of maintenance required to keep it clean in order to keep that going as well. And then you are dealing with a number of sealants and other issues related to that. One of the questions I had was with the lower solution to ask of you and your architect is, did you ever consider skylights in the roof of the parish hall addition and then making that solid against the church, so that you're allowing daylight in and having some opportunity for appropriate and continuous backlighting, but you're not struggling with this because having glass of this height will require quite a bit more framing and support than what we're seeing in the rendering in order to make it stand up, meet the wind loads, carry snow, all of that. There's some significant detailing. Either solution, I think, just going back to your waterproofing comment, you are looking to hire a very talented waterproofing technical expert for these materials. The church itself is moving. The stone moves in a very different way than the glass and the metal, and it always will on both sides. So I think you have a technical challenge for long term for the church to solve in either solution. But I wondered if you ever looked at just my question about skylights rather than having glass in the lower solution and allowing for daylighting in that manner and improve waterproofing, knowing that putting a skylight in a roof is something that's a little more simple and durable of a solution than having a glass valley against a building.
Can I, maybe I'll speak to that, and it might be helpful if we go to page 36 so that we can kind of look at these side by side. This page 36 is an exterior view. Yeah, or actually go back one.
That one.
And while you answer that, would you answer Matt's question about, do you have a site plan that includes everything all holistically together too? If you could.
But before and after would be supremely helpful. I find
Yes.
this project incredibly frustrating to look at for the lack of all the pieces are presented as fragments of something. And I think you really need to draw it all together somehow so we can see the sum total of what you're proposing.
Yes, that's a fair point. We do have it. It's unfortunately not in this presentation, but if it's something you want us to bring up, we can. If you want to do it now, we also can. But while we're doing that,
I have other questions as well, but go ahead if you
Yeah.
can respond to what Gretchen's asking.
Sure. No, and this is something, Gretchen, we've been thinking about, talking about, and researching. We know that either way, there are challenges. The question of, if I think I understand your question correctly, that if we were in option 2 and we made a roof and then added skylights in a singular roof, that is certainly possible. I think it would be unfortunate from an impact position. I mean, I think what we're trying to do in both of these schemes is, I think and you're right about option 1 in terms of there's more support needed for that glass, but we're aware that both of these have some cost implications, and we want to make sure that what we're doing is sensitive and delicate as it connects to the stone of the church. But to directly answer your question, I think, yes, we have talked about that, but we thought that would be an unfortunate outcome. That what we're trying to do is get as much light in either scheme so that casting down the wall of the west side of this church as much as possible. And so
From my standpoint too, we were unsure that HPRB would look kindly upon having more of a structure touching the church. I think we would like to study that a little bit more.
We have structure, whether it's glass, metal, or whatever,
Well,
it's structure touching, right? And so
Yeah.
structure touching is structure touching. Glass has to connect to stone on the church somehow. And in reality, if you have flat glass as a roof, then it's not gonna, unless the church is up there cleaning it on a weekly basis, it's not gonna be translucent it might be translucent up to a point, but it won't be transparent, as you've shown in the renderings, unless they have, a daily maintenance crew up there.
I guess I just more meant when I think about a full roof system with a probably curbed skylight and so forth, you might have more of a shadow line, against the church than you might otherwise. But I think it's a really valid point. We have talked about it. We sort of, this is why we're here, right? We wanted to get these sorts of conversations going and the feedback from you all.
So can I ask some questions? I'm sorry, Gretchen, go ahead. Do you have more?
No, I was gonna apologize to you and say, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. You don't need to apologize. In terms of the townhouses, the piece that's being proposed to be preserved is the sort of front room of the townhouse closest to the church, right? And you're building behind that, correct?
yes.
Okay.
And maybe we should go. Sorry, I think.
No, I got that.
Okay.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
I got, and the existing stair that sits on the side of the church goes down to the lower level from the social hall, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I guess the thing I'm wondering is what's driving this piece between the two buildings, because it seems to me that one thing that you might study is whether or not you need to take the social hall down at all, and whether you could put an elevator that accomplishes everything you need to accomplish in the new building behind the existing townhouse fragment,
Yep.
and have that be the elevator down to the lower level of the church, and
Can
the
we-
and the social hall. Hold on, please.
Sorry.
And it just seems as though what's driving this, it would seem that that could sort of eliminate a lot of the need to demolish this nice little major portions of this nice little social hall and get you an elevator, which would solve your disabled access issues, it seems, if that was built as part of the apartment building rather than, and it would just go 2 floors and then you'd be done with it. And I don't know what's driving this need to put this glass box on the side of this church,
So
given everything else you're doing.
let's go to page 17. So that's the plan of the main level of the church, yeah. And I think that will help clarify, I hope. So and then maybe if you go down to the basement level, what we're trying to do is the elevator gets placed here because there are 2 levels of the basement that need to be accessed, and then there is the main level of the church that needs to be accessed, and all of those exist at this kind of this existing stone wall between the stage and the Sunday school, and so that there's this level change that occurs, and so to accommodate all of these different levels and get accessibility, that's one of the reasons the elevator was placed where it is. If we did look at putting it in the back, but the back of in the angle of the church, but it gets, or in that wedge-shaped piece, but it gets really cramped and it doesn't allow for the access to all of those levels in a way that's conducive to the way the church works. And then if you go back a page to page, yes, thank you. Getting access to the church and to this kind of elevator and circulation piece. This is kind of how it works currently, so it makes sense to have this entry point at the rear of the church as opposed to if we moved it up towards the sanctuary and the
So
sacristy.
this gets you to the upper level of the church, is that right?
This gets you to all the main level of this church and all the lower levels. So there's 2 lower levels. So
And there's a door on 2 sides of this elevator.
That's correct. Yeah. So that's why the placement of the elevator exists as it is.
It's also important to note we are relocating administrative space out of the row homes, and if it doesn't go into a new addition here or a new alteration chapel, they'd be sacrificing some programming space in the lower level of the church to accommodate it.
Yeah, okay. I think I understand that. It just seems like the tail wagging the dog here is the elevator placement, and it's causing, you to have to make this connection and demolish large portions of this rather sweet little room. I know it's been somewhat altered, the social hall behind it. Okay, that explanation's helpful. Let me think about that for a second here. I understand the knuckle there I mean, there wouldn't have been another way. I guess the other way you could think about it would have been to have some sort of lift or something, have 2 things that navigate the level change. I don't know, if that was feasible or not. One could have had, I suppose, a smaller elevator someplace else tucked in there.
We did a study. We did a study about a year ago looking at all possible locations of the elevator and front and back of the wedge-shaped piece. We looked at it even if there was space in the bell tower. So we did quite a bit of study in terms of getting that element to work. The placement of the elevator here really allows for space for functionality. And I think we're hoping that those photographs conveyed that quite a bit of that, the social hall has really been, most of it has, been kind of consumed by this 1965 renovation.
Yeah.
And so we're preserving, we think, the best part of it, the most functional part of it, but the back of it is kind of.
And would you maintain it? I can't tell from the drawings, would you maintain an entrance there as exists today?
So yes, so in this plan, that
Oh, I see. That's where it is there. That's where
set of-
people would come in and go into these different levels if they
Right.
needed to.
Exactly. And this connects to that existing grade public space accessibility project. And so you come into a little outdoor courtyard through those double doors, and then you turn left to go into that existing element.
And could you go back to the massing diagrams that you had there? Yeah, those, yeah. And so that's option one, where you enclose the full height of the Gothic the 5 Gothic the 4 of them.
Correct.
The Gothic windows on the side. And this is the one, Steve, you guys prefer because it doesn't cut the windows in half?
No, we were recommending
prefer
option 2,
Oh, okay,
which
2, okay.
lowers the height of the addition and
Right,
the
lowers the
connection.
height from the outside. Okay, even though from the inside, the light would have I guess Gretchen's idea of skylights there might ameliorate that
Well,
somewhat.
actually, we thought that the interior photographs that were shown would show that option 2, I think, would be preferable in terms of the interior
Yeah.
light. You get more interior
Could be.
light with option 2, and you also get even light across all 5 windows. Whereas in option
Right.
1, you're going to have 4 of the windows partially, entirely enclosed, albeit within the skylight, and 1 sort of half enclosed. So I think that there's a benefit to option 2 in the evenness of the light that would come in.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. And I share Gretchen's concern about the amount of glass of this piece and what it would really be like in terms of the members you would need to do it, and probably some study about what that material would be a worthy thing to do to really understand it, because in this drawing, it's not rendered as, it doesn't look like glass in that piece. The piece that looks like glass is between the church wall and the addition, and maybe that seems more appropriate, although having that be glass on the top surface there does present certain kinds of maintenance problems, pretty serious ones. But
If you go to page 38, that might also be a helpful comparison when we're talking about the interior. So yeah, option 1 on the left is the high skylight enclosure. Option 2 on the right is the low version.
Yeah.
And
Well, the
so-
clear story certainly helps for the addition there. Whether you would make that, I guess the purpose for you all to have the flat glass there is to be able to see as much of the side elevation
Exactly.
as possible.
And we've talked about a detail that allows for as much glass as possible. I mean, I think as the architects on this project, we're going to push for as much glass as possible because we think it's the right move in either scenario. But we are also looking at it in a way to make it's not that the glass would have that profile, and we started to look at some details that allow that connection to occur. But we thought this view of both of these for us was a real moment where we're like, oh, option 1 feels better because there's less going on in terms of its relationship to the building, and it from a preservation standpoint, we kind of assumed that would be the one.
What's kind of interesting about that is that option 2 seems to relate to the spirit of the social hall more than option 1 does, in the sense that the social hall was sort of an object that had its own roof profile detached from the main hall, whereas not laminated completely as a tall thing on the side of the building. So I think Steve's observations are pretty good on that. And when you say as much glass as possible, I assume you're talking about glass between the addition, the wall between the addition and the side elevation of the church, not the whole thing.
That's correct.
Right.
That's
what you're
correct.
saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Page 37. Sorry to keep making everyone flip back and forth. Page 37, just getting a sense of that scale of the two.
I also did want to congratulate Father Dominic of joining the legion of pastor developers that we've seen in Washington D.C. in recent years. There's obviously the DCBIA needs to open up a whole interest sector
Right.
for these folks.
Yeah.
I would ask you to continue to explore the opportunity for the elevator. Right now, the elevator solution that you have has 2 doors on it, and I wonder. I know we haven't had the benefit of looking at all the elevatoring opportunities that you looked at, but even if the elevator slid, if I'm looking at page 15 of 37 initially, if the elevator slid, so it was at the at-risk window of the adjacent building, and then on page 16, maybe adjacent to the single occupancy restroom, and then reconfigured on 17. I just think on 16, it would create more of a welcoming kind of gathering space before people queued up to go into the elevator to get across to wherever they need to go. It just, I don't know.
So thanks for that feedback. And I know we've been looking at that elevator and finding its best choice. And I hope that I can communicate why it is where it is, because I do think it's in the right spot. So entering here allows one to, come into that courtyard, turn left into a reception area, which is in the existing structure of the social hall, and then into that gallery space. The elevator becomes an object, and I think it would be a beautifully detailed object, so that that's wrapped in glass or however it gets treated from the facade. But it has to connect to pieces of the church that are at the front, and those drive its location. So at the basement level, there are 2 levels that it needs to connect to, and at the main level of the church, it's got to connect at the front of the church, or where the narthex is. And so if you move it away from all of those pieces, you create blockages that make, all these kind of split levels more challenging. If you move it back, it then puts pressure on that entrance to the elevator closer to the altar, which we thought would be inappropriate. And there's it's kind of a pinch point back there. I mean, there's Father Dominic's office is going to be quite small. I'm not sure he knows how small it will be, but that is kind of the best use of a space like that, because it does get quite narrow as those 2 lines intersect.
And then the other comment that I had was about the perspective views that you had of the interior too, and just thinking more again about in order to have that light. I don't know what time of day and year you're showing for that light to be flowing in the way that it is, but given the orientation of the building and the buildings that are adjacent to it, it would be interesting to study it with more real conditions of what the light would be like in that area, because I'm assuming it's more indirect, and
Yes.
maybe in the winter, in the very late evening, depending on how high the buildings are across Mass Ave, you may get some light hitting directly on that facade.
Yeah.
But mostly indirect lighting on the in that wedge of a space. And so maybe having a lay light or having your glass be more vertical than horizontal would be both beneficial from a constructability and cost perspective and a long-term maintenance perspective, and give you as much sort of beauty and daylight into that space. If you had a combination of, roof skylights and lay lights, vertical transom lights, and not put horizontal glazing over the stairs. And I think in the elevations that you have between option 1 and 2, to me, it looks like you're trying to design a glass facade that's a non-facade facade by having glass. The proportions of the glass panels don't really relate to the proportion or scale of the building, and so I think when you see it in option 2, it starts to relate to the entrance that was created in the 60s, and have a little bit of a dialogue between the adjacent row houses in a more effective way and the church a more effective way in terms of proportion. And you start to see some of those elements that you wouldn't see with the glass, and how they relate to each other. So I just think there's some work to do there. How is the just another sort of quick question. but the HVAC for this parish space that we're talking about, the parish center, is
Yeah.
that separate from the church, or is it part of the church's system?
It will be its own separate system. It's not part of the church's system. There'll be two. The part of one of the driving forces, as it always happens, the air conditioning in the church is on its last legs and or not working.
Yeah.
And so the part of the funding, the idea about, as Father Dominic mentioned, the spirit of this development helps to fund and secure maintenance of that church. But this would be a separate system from the church. Maybe if we go to page 37, just to helpful for me to look at the comparison as you're giving feedback, Gretchen.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
37 shows a comparison of the two. Next. Oh yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, this is where you see that, I don't know if it's middle panel or what you're considering for option 2, but you see there's a stronger relationship with the proportion, and it feels like in option 1 that maybe you're still working to resolve that in the design, because you're showing this glass above as being transparent, and so relying on the framing of what's there in option 2 to stay. But in reality, unless you're backlighting that glass, that glass will not be that translucent. And so you'll see that height. And then when you back away and look at the relationship of this with this entrance with the addition, the new addition behind it, as it relates to the row houses on the left and the church on the right, it just it needs a place to land and have that dialogue, and it doesn't feel like it does that as effectively as option 2 does.
Maybe if you go back to page 36, you can kind of zoom out to see its relationship. I mean, the thing that as we've been working through this, and as you're developing the design of the parish center scale, you think about it kind of expands and contracts, but just walking across the street and looking at what we're talking about is really quite small in either scenario. It's compared to the neighboring row house. But the intention is that in either case, they serve as backdrop, that they're not competing with the existing conditions. And so that's one of the reasons we were looking at glass in both scenarios. In option 2, we did study some more solid designs for the parish center, with still maintaining that glass skylight, and the connection, the kind of throat or connection to the church remains glass, but we did look at metal panel for option 2. The vestry did not love that idea. They were these are the two scenarios that they were comfortable presenting.
I think back to maybe Andrew might be the only one that remembers St. Thomas on 18th Street, where and it's a different reason that you have the sort of little elements adjacent to the church. Unfortunately, St. Thomas had no church because of a fire, right? And they rebuilt residence and their worship hall anew, but worked in the pieces of what remained from the church into the project. But having these things, both with modern architecture, had some sort of scale relationship to it. In option 1, the way the glass is detailed, that it's difficult to understand the scalar and detailed relationship to either the church or the entrance or the adjacent row house. It really doesn't land in any of those 3 categories as it's proportioned and detailed. Just my opinion.
Sure.
As it relates to compatibility.
Yep.
Was there any feedback on, I recognize that the more complicated of the 2 pieces of this project is the parish center. Was there any feedback, positive or negative, about the apartment portion?
Go ahead, Matt.
No, please go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't have any issues with that at this point. I think the reason we've been really focusing on this addition piece is because it just feels very forced and unresolved at this point. And I'm having a hard time with both options. It's and I think I would like to see more study of this done to make it not look so out of place. I tucked back in this space within some really beautiful forms, and it just is not holding its own. And I get that you want to make it diminished as much as possible, and I would agree with that. It should be diminished, but it just doesn't. It feels very clunky to me right now. Even in option 2, where it's much smaller. And some of that may be in how it's rendered. Some of it may be in how the details get resolved. But based on what we're seeing right now, I think that's why we're focusing so much there. But I don't know if you were going to add anything else, Matt.
I just the building popping up above, which seems very diagrammatic. I kind of don't see the idea yet. I understand the splitting of it, but it just seems okay. That's one idea, but it isn't really particularly driving it. I think as overall I think I'm leaning more towards suggesting you continue to develop option 2. I understand the challenges with the elevator. I don't know that I think expressing the elevator vertically, is going to do that much for you there. I think it's more about how the box you're putting there relates to the fragment of the of that room, the existing social hall, and how it relates to the wall. And I think Steve's reasoning about the skylights and the view there and the height of all that is pretty sound reasoning.
I agree with
But assuming that there is no other solution for the elevator, which, you guys say you've studied it. I don't have any doubt that you have. It's just for us, it kind of begs the question.
Right. It does. One other unrelated question, because there's no evidence of it in the file yet. What's been your level of community engagement to date?
Go ahead, Dennis. Why don't you take that?
Yeah, we've spoken with all the immediate neighbors. Really, it's one large building, and we've obviously had good feedback with the ANC.
We got a letter of support from the ANC in our first meeting there.
Yeah, we've spoken with the Logan Circle Community Association, and I think we've done a pretty good job with outreach, and we've had, no one has expressed, of course, most of the folks we talk to don't have the level of architectural know-how, and but in general, we've had no negative feedback.
Okay.
I'm sure Heath, I would say that I agree with staff's report about the massing and the setback of the residential towers. I think is appropriate, and I'm comfortable with the punched openings that are shown and being different than the row house at grade. This is a good example of a mid-block building, and it might be nice to see a little more detailing on it to give it a little bit of, maybe there's a little bit of brick detailing around the windows or at the cornice. That could be done as the project develops, but I am comfortable with the massing, and I would be even comfortable if not this foreground roof, but the background roof had like a penthouse amenity that people could go up on and use the roof for some kind of amenity space for gatherings, or I wouldn't have any issue with that at all either.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with that. All right. Any other comments? Then would you all be amenable to asking them to come back after doing further study
Sure.
Understanding that it does sound like we're leaning more toward a lower option, similar to option 2. Right?
Yeah, and I would say, I mean, I think this is a tricky little problem. And, you know, I mean, I'll give all of our comments aside, you know, thank you for the illumination that you provided. And it is not something that is just easily done in one fell swoop. It does
Yeah.
take some nimbleness.
Yeah. I appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Agreed.
Yeah, I would echo what the chair and my colleague, Mr. Bell, have said, that this is not an easy design challenge that you have before you with this new parish center. It's a very tricky design challenge, and it shows from the work that you've done that you're really evaluating a lot of the, you know, important technical components of it, and it feels like you're close, but not quite there yet. But a lot of work, we can see a lot of work has gone into it.
And it's a building, my office is just down the street. It's a building I've long admired and think it deserves a kind of kid glove care, clearly.
Yeah. All right.
Well, thank you all for having us.
today. Lord.
Thank you.
All right. We're ready to move on to our next case. It's 2218 to 2224 MLK Avenue in Southeast. Would staff like to make your presentation first?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Anya.
We are transferring to the Anacostia Historic District. This is a returning revised concept for the construction of a 5-story building on top of and behind 3 one-story contributing buildings in Anacostia Historic District along Martin Luther King Avenue. The project was supposed to come in June. They submitted some plans and made some revisions over the month. And so I revised the June report in this July report. General description of the site is 3 one-story retail buildings on the corner of Martin Luther King and Pleasant Street. Each building was built around 1920s to 1930s, and they were listed as contributing to the historic district. They're representative of Art Deco inspired designs capped with cornices and prominent parapets with simple stone reliefs in the brick. The surrounding context includes adjacent contributing 1- and 2-story commercial buildings along MLK, contributing 2-story frame houses at the rear and along Pleasant Street. And there's a PUD proposed for the parking lot across the street. The mixed-use 5-story Maple Flats development was a recent building that was approved by the mayor's agent located to the south. When the board last reviewed this project in January of 2022, the board didn't take an action, but found that the height then was proposed, which was proposed at 6 stories, needed to be reduced and the metal paneling vocabulary be reconsidered. The board found that the 3-story masonry infill piece on the vacant portion of the site be generally compatible, but that the remainder of the project be incompatible in height, design, and materials. So the applicant was encouraged to work with HPO and the community and revise the plan. So the revised plan includes reduction of the height of the addition by removing the 6th floor and reducing that property height from around 69 feet to 57. The infill element on MLK was raised from 3 stories to 4 stories. It still retains a traditional inspired design cap with a cornice at the top of the 3rd floor, and the 4th story is expressed by an attic. The entryways and neighboring storefronts include double gang windows at the 2nd and 3rd floors. And a similar 4-story infill piece is proposed along Pleasant Street, the side elevation. It will be clad with a light color masonry. The first floor here proposes lobby entrances and a mix of double gang windows on all 3 floors. The brick composition will be capped by a cornice, and the 5th story is proposed to be clad in metal paneling. The metal clad corner piece on the existing building will be set back from the property line. And the addition has been completely set off. The existing corner property is to be retained. That existing property is to be retained and repaired. For HPO's comments, we've stated that the rear building addition has been reduced by a floor and simplified into a single 5-story element with a differentiated top floor. The rear building has also been set back off the existing building and maintains the low-scale pedestrian-oriented facade as a focal point, providing the larger density towards the vacant space behind. One of the most important features in Anacostia is the topography, and the views provide a visual link that connect Anacostia to the city. As the plans continue to be developed, HPO is recommending that additional renderings be prepared that illustrate how the project will be seen from the residential community up Pleasant Street and from the Frederick Douglass site. We also discussed the use of the red and tan brick masonry for the new construction as appropriate, and common colors and materials that are used around the historic district. As the pilot continues to be developed, consideration should be ensured that the metal panelings don't appear metallic or reflective in the finish, and HBO is recommending that they be painted with a warm earth tone rather than cool gray coloring. Alternatively, stucco or terracotta can be an alternate finish as well. Additional suggestions include refinement to include a setback or differentiated floor on the street fronting infill element to help break up the building and relate it better to the 1-story and 2-story neighboring context. That is generally our recommendations. And so we recommend that the board find the revised concept to be compatible in height and scale and overall design, with the conditions that the applicant continue to make those refinements and in regards to the material, the color, and the detailing. And of course, the renderings should be repaired for the east view within the residential neighborhood. And so I'm going to let the applicant speak. They also recently met with the ANC, and the ANC has provided a letter, and the community has also dropped in some letters and testimony as well as for the project.
Thank you, Imania. Good morning. Yeah, we're still morning, board. My name is Sean Pichon. I'm with PGN now, Michael Graves Architects. And as Imania mentioned, we have been before the board previously in January of 2022. And since then, we've made several changes, met with the historic preservation staff, and had some back and forths, and have made significant progress on this project. If you can go to the next slide. Just to orientate everyone, the project is located at the corner of Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue and Pleasant Street in Southeast. The next slide. It does incorporate 3 existing contributing structures that will be maintained on the site, and is adjacent to the Maple View Flats building, as Imania mentioned. Next slide. There are a series of 2-story and 1-story buildings adjacent to the site along MLK, as you can see in the photographs below. The next slide. Then along Pleasant Street, there are some residential houses directly behind the site across the alley, and those houses, the residential structures, 2-story houses, continue up Pleasant Street. Directly across Pleasant Street and the adjacent site is a 3-story existing apartment building. I believe Maya mentioned that may be up for PUD, and an additional 1-story retail building directly across. Next slide. And what we wanted to do is to show the progress that was made from the last time we presented to the board to now. So most of our slides are showing previous and current views. The previous view here, we were showing our preservation plan, what we're preserving of the existing structures. Previously, we were having to impact all 3 structures with the previous design, where the massing was held towards MLK, and through our redevelopment of this or redesign of this, we've pushed that massing back on the site away from the MLK frontage, approximately 30 to 40 feet, which allows us to maintain not only the corner building, but the 2218 building in all its existing structure components will be maintained. The middle building at 2220 will have impact, and it was impacted in the previous design. That really has to do with our ability to get parking down underneath a parking ramp to go down, and that's really going through a significant portion of that structure. So that back portion of that structure will be impacted, but we are maintaining approximately 13 to 14 feet from the front facade back, and so that will be preserved, and that was increased from the previous concept. Next slide. So these drawings quickly will show you in a little bit more detail what's being preserved and planned. There is an existing basement that in the 2218 building that will be preserved in total. Next slide. On the ground floor, this is where I was explaining the middle building at 2220 has the largest impact. We are having to demolish, believe like about back beyond the 13-foot line. The remainder of the building will be demolished to allow for the Sorry about that. Little dog, and he's excited right now. And then on the roof side, all of the roofs of the corner building and the 2218 building will be maintained. And then again, the middle building at 2220 will have a large portion of that removed. The next slide. On the lowest level, the current and previous are pretty similar, as we've maintained the 20 parking spaces that we're providing, and the ramping to get down to that level goes through, as you can see, the 2220 building to get down around the new cores and stairs and elevators. So this floor plan is not adjusted much, if any, on this level. So next slide. On the ground floor, we again maintained the location of the ramp. The stair and elevators are similar. Where we did make the adjustment here is the stair egress from the lowest level, garage level, comes up in through the corner building, but instead of impacting the structure, we're able to reconfigure that and allow that to just be a part of the existing structure. and exit out to the street. And then the entry into the residential portion of the building was adjusted to accommodate the corner building's entire structure being preserved. Next slide. As you go up the building, we have more typical floors in our current plan. You can see the main massing of the structure has been pushed back off of away from MLK, and then the infill building was increased from 3 to 4 stories, but it's also been pulled out as a singular element now, as opposed to being more of a piece of the former design. Next slide. Again, this typical floor goes up in comparison to our other previous plan where we had a lot more setbacks as you went up the building. Now we have a pretty straightforward typical plan that goes up until you get to the 5th floor. Next slide. They're just showing that we are typical and not adjusting setbacks as we're going up. If you go to the next slide, please. So yeah, and the real transition is at the 5th floor where the infill building stops. There will be ability to have some greenery out there and some activity space for the residents. And then the massing is just held to the rear projection or massing at the rear. There is a small setback at this level around the Pleasant Street side and the alley side at this level to create a visual separation between, as we get to the elevations, between the material changes. So we did add an additional physical setback beyond the material change or the material depth that changes at that level. Next slide. And then the final level is just a mechanical penthouse where we would have a stair and the elevator overrun and a screen wall for the mechanical equipment that would be on there beyond the green roof. Next slide. In elevations, we did make significant changes here by reducing the amount of cladding outside of the masonry. We wanted the masonry, as we heard from the board and HPO staff, the masonry to be the main material throughout the new design. So the infill building at its 4 stories is complete masonry. The massing as it rises up behind 2218 and 2220 is also masonry up to the 4th floor. And then we transition to a lighter material at the 5th floor to help to transition the eye and make the building appear lighter as it goes up. And then the last level is showing the elevator overrun, stair, and mechanical screen heights there. Next slide. And then along Pleasant Street, as we go back, the infill building returns back to the main mass at the rear. The entry lobby is marked by a different material that creates a tower element that ends at the bottom with a canopy and a covered entry for the residential main entrance. Then beyond that, we switched materials from the red to the buff brick color, and we'll get into some of the details and later in the presentation. But also you notice the 5th floor around this facade and around the rear is set back additionally from the masonry facade, the buff masonry facade. Next slide. And then our rear elevation, we maintain the same materiality around the corner on the alley facade with the buff brick material, and then the top floor being the lighter panelized system. Next slide. And then this also shows our party wall, just as majority of the building is being covered by adjacent properties, and then the top portion that will be exposed towards the rear of the building. Next slide. Just a couple of street elevations showing the massing as you look across MLK, the Mapleview Flats, and the height and mass of that as it transitions down towards the two-story existing residential or commercial buildings to the north of our site. Next slide. And then along Pleasant Street, the building as it goes back and its relationship to the directly adjacent from the building, the alley, across the alley, the two-story homes, and the residential massing as it goes up Pleasant Street. Next slide. This is an aerial view that really shows the from previous to current, the significant changes that have been made in pushing the massing and simplifying the massing to a single element at the rear and then a single infill element at MLK. So you can see where we've simplified the massing to really two massing elements in our design from the previous to the current. Next slide. And that's the impact here of the view looking from the Mapleview Flats direction towards our site. And you can see the infill building really as a infill in the one-story structures and how that's used to help mask the overall massing of the 5 stories behind. Next slide. Again, here, this is looking from the north to south, and the previous to current, and the reduction of the massing and its impact along MLK has been significant, and how it's viewed from MLK. Next slide. And it's a little bit more on the detail of the materials. For the infill building, we are proposing a stone base with a red masonry material for the main material. There will be detailed recesses similar to what is current in the existing buildings, maintaining some cornice lines, one in brick, another in metal, and then the top cornice in metal and brick reliefs at the top. The windows will be a dark metal color, and then the accents at the window openings, the punch openings, will also be a gray metal. I mean, a gray color material, probably cast stone for those. Next slide. So we wanted to provide some consistency around, even with the change in the brick coloring. The detailing is a little bit different around this side as we introduce some stack bonds to create a frame for the entire punch openings and then openings in between that. The same cast stone color at the window openings will be used, but here it's really only at the top of the 3-story punch as we're considering it in the masonry. And then we also have at the lowest level the 2nd floor band, and then at the 5th floor band that signifies the change in material and as well as the setback and the physical facade, and then the metal paneling top to finish off the side elevation. Next slide. And then this is a rendition of the proposal in a perspective looking from the south to north at the corner building, and how the infill building sits within the existing structures and then the new residential entry, and how all the components come together around that pivot point. And with that, I will turn it back over, open it up for questions and comments, and answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions at this time? We do have Greta and Camille from HAPS registered to speak. It might be helpful for us to hear from them first and then come back to questions. We also have single member district commissioner Holly Mohammed. So Juliana, do you see Commissioner Mohammed on?
Yes, Chair Heath. And we do also have Commissioner White as well. So I will unmute Commissioner Mohammed.
Okay, thank you. You don't hear anything, so.
Chair Heath, this is Juliana. Commissioner Mohammed is unmuted, but I will also unmute Commissioner White.
Okay. Commissioner, if you are ready to speak, we are ready to hear from you.
Is that Commissioner Mohammed? Were you about to speak, or?
We're not hearing Commissioner Mohammed. So Commissioner White, if you want to proceed,
Okay.
We'll see if
Sure.
the technical difficulties get resolved.
Okay, sure. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for allowing the ANC the opportunity to testify this morning. I am Commissioner White, Single Member District Commissioner for 8A05, and the chair of ANC 8A. This property is actually in 8A06. We voted on July 18th at our previous ANC meeting with a quorum of 7 commissioners, 6-1, to support the revised concept design for this property. The ANC has worked with this developer and the church for, I'm going to say, almost 4 years or more now on trying to bring this development to reality. The ANC has voted previously in the previous term, in the 2022 term, to support that previous design. And I believe I testified then to help support this project to come into reality. The church has been a long-term staple in our community, one of the few community-owned assets that exist in Anacostia. And the church has, like I said, been a partner for more than 50 years and has sent a lot of investment within the kind of social, spiritual well-being of our community. And we are very delighted to see faith-based institutions using their assets to tackle economic issues and the housing crisis that we are in. Many of our residents do not have access to quality housing. Multiple families are staying in one home. We know that the housing stock in DC is low and is direly needed. And so we do hope that this development can be approved at this stage, and believe that many of the recommendations that are being made can be worked out and the approval happen at the same time. We believe in an and both situation and do not believe that the project needs to be delayed further. We believe we ask you all to go ahead and support this concept design while the developer and the church continues to work with the community to ensure that the project fits in with the existing aesthetic and it's something that the community deserves. We do believe that this developer particularly has been a partner to the ANC, and many things that we've asked with their developments they have implemented and has come forward as much more of an equitable and inclusive developer during the thought stage and ideation, where we've experienced other partners who come to us after they've already thought about what they're going to do. And it's like, oh, we're just kind of telling you after the fact, not trying to partner with you. And so we do appreciate Banneker being a partner to the community and trying to pull out the needs of the community and not push something that they want. We do understand that not everyone in the community agrees with the design concept. We believe that strongly everyone believes in the need for housing and quality housing, and again, believe in an and both, that those concerns can and will be addressed throughout this construction process, and the construction process should not be delayed any further. We know inflation is happening, prices are increasing, and this isn't a project that is intended to be at a price point that's affordable to Ward 8 and other residents across the district and congregation members too, and we don't want those costs to continue to increase. We also do appreciate that the church is going to be attached structure to the building, and knowing that we'll have full insurance that the site will be managed and maintained properly throughout its existence. So I yield my time, and hopefully Commissioner Muhammad's technology has improved.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement. Do we have Commissioner Muhammad now? I see Commissioner Muhammad, but still can't hear anything. Let's proceed to hear from HAP, Greta, or Camille, whoever wants to speak first.
Oh, good morning still. Camille, I don't think he'll be joining.
Okay.
This is Greta Fuller, and I'll be speaking for HAPS. We'd like to thank the church, first of all, for partnering with the community for many, many years. And the ANC's recommendation that housing be provided at this site. However, the massing and the height, we still feel needs work. We are not against development on this site. We believe pulling a 4th story to the front is too much, and that it should be staggered backward to the rear. And it just actually seems like too much massing, honestly. It's like they're trying to force this project into this small lot. I think if they really looked at the scale and not try to make 3 buildings out of something that probably should be, 2 facades on the side instead of 3, it's just really looking like a hodgepodge, and like it's really disrespecting the historic characteristics of our neighborhood and of what Anacostia is. We should not be looking at Mapleview Flats. Mapleview Flats was special merit. This is one of the only intact blocks on Martin Luther King that really show our historic district. I think that this design can be improved drastically, and we've seen it done. We are concerned about the impact from the Frederick Douglass House. We're concerned about the impact of the residents on Pleasant Street, and that a building like this is actually just more and more decreasing the value of what Historic Anacostia stands for. The other thing is about the alley. I'm not quite sure there, it's a house directly next to that alley. And the other day, a resident and I observed, and we have footage that we videotaped, a box truck that was barely larger than a car could get through that alley. So I want the developer to go back and tell us how, we're going to be moving cars and making turns into a building to go downstairs. They had to back this truck up. It wasn't an 18-wheeler, it was just a regular box delivery truck. So I'm concerned how the alley is going to be maneuvered. That's another thing. And we basically, and I think Camille sent in an actual testimony by us that we talked about the guidelines, how we feel that the guidelines interpreted saying that they should be 1 to 2 stories higher than the original structure. We think that the metal siding is not compatible with our historic district. And then they have also, I don't know if they posted that they're coming to HPRB and they want to build. I didn't see a posting, but I'd like the developer to address if they put the posting out to say that this site will be developed, or at least put it in clear view. So at the end of the day, I basically agree with the staff report, but I don't agree with the part of the staff report that said the massing and the height and the overall design work. I just do not think that they work. I think there's still more work to be done. This is too large. This is just too much on a small space, but I think they're getting there with the building in the front. But coming forward 4 stories, and then you have these 1 stories on either side, it kind of leaves an impression of a pop-up. And I think you understand what I'm saying. I don't think we're ready to approve it, but I do think they should be allowed to build something here. And they should be allowed to build the affordable housing that it seems like the ANC and the rest of the community wants. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I actually, let me turn back to the applicant and ask if you'd like to respond to any of the comments that you heard today. I guess mostly from HAP.
Yes, we did receive comments from HAP, and we submitted a formal response to their comments.
You could also address the posting, or somebody from your team address the posting.
Sure, I can address the posting myself. This is Felicia Uko with Banneker Ventures. I personally went down to the site to post the required placards, as well as sent in photos of those images, as well as passed around content and materials that were required by HPRB to the neighboring developments as well. So that definitely was completed. And again, I have all the photos for that.
Okay, thank you. All right, back to any other comments or responses you'd like to make given the comments from HAP?
Yes, I was referring to our response. We did respond to their comments point by point. The use of the metal panel material or panelized material, obviously coloration and actual materiality is still adaptable. We can adjust that, but the idea of having a material that's lighter weight and becomes a transitional material helps to transition between the brick facades to the upper story facade. So there is a purpose for that architecturally, and it's only used to demarcate the entryway to the residential as a new function, and the 5th story. So the remaining facades of the new structure will all be of brick, either red or tan. And I would say that, you know, we've done a number of developments that match up with 1- and 2-story historic houses and commercial developments, and there are a number of approaches to it. I think what we're proposing with the significant setbacks from the existing facades and the maintenance of all of the buildings except for the center one has us preserving the existing buildings and for the most part intact, and as a preservation plan, you know, from our experience, preserving in total a building is much preferable from you know, any other proposition. So our advancement of this design concept and simplifying it into 2 massings and providing or proposing those massings be outside of the limits for the most part of the existing structures is I think a appropriate response to the initial comments that we've heard. And I would also add that from a siting, you know, MLK is at the low point of this neighborhood. The Pleasant Street and Maple View, as you go up just 1 block off of MLK, there's significant grade change of 12 to 14 feet, and it continues to rise from there. So where we are a mass at MLK, as we go forward back into the neighborhood, that neighborhood rises up significantly above the MLK sight line. So by the time we get back, and we will provide additional sight line diagrams, but by the time you get back to the Frederick Douglass house, your grade is significantly higher than the sight lines that we're observing here at MLK. I would just note that from a mass and a height standpoint, even the 3-story apartment building directly across the street, existing 3-story apartment building directly across the street, based on its entry off of Maple View, is approximately 12 stories high, 12 feet higher, 12 to 14 feet higher at its entry point. So that 3-story building sitting next to our 5-story building, really, from a massing standpoint, based on the grades, is closer in height than the 3 to 5-story, if we were on level ground, represents.
Do you have a rendering of the previous massing?
Yes, if you go back to
A package that we have doesn't have the side-by-side comparison that you have in your package.
If you go back to slide 25. Yeah, this is the preservation diagram, but 25 has, or 24 or 25 has more of a aerial and perspective view side by side.
Yeah, this one is a good point of comparison. So I think what you've done here is you've reduced the height, certainly, which I appreciate. And you set back the portion along MLK that is adjacent to the infill piece, but the way the mass is broken up now just feels, no, it now feels more like you are creating 3 different architectural languages, which make there was something about the cohesiveness of the previous massing, while it needed to be lower, it felt like architecturally that massing was more successful. And I'm just wondering if you could just talk a little bit about how you evolved to this massing from where you were. And clarify, because this is black and white, I think part of what made the previous massing feel a little bit more cohesive was the difference in materiality between the infill piece and what's happening behind it. What was happening behind it, if I'm not mistaken, felt more like one language of materials rather than the 3 parts that you have in the current scheme. So if you could just clarify your new direction and the reason for that, that would be helpful.
So we first on the simplified massing, and I tend to agree. I mean, our original design I thought was responsive and a cohesive design. The challenge there was the impact on the existing historic structures. So the first step in our redesign was to preserve from a preservation standpoint. How can we least impact the existing contributing buildings? So pulling the main massing back towards the alley was our way of pulling that off of the existing structures and allowing the majority of those to be maintained in total was the first step in the process. And then the second step was, once we did that, how that relates to the infill piece, and that massing being still out at MLK. Once you pull that mass back and the 3-story portion of that looked out of place and out of scale. We did explore that. We went through those iterations with HPO staff. The massing was, it left a feeling of disconnectedness with that 3-story massing infill piece. So that's when we went from the 3-story to the 4-story. And at the end of the day, the connectivity, we always had 2 main material changes. And in the previous scheme, the red brick was in the infill and the buff brick was on the Pleasant Street side. There was more of the metal material that made it feel more holistic, that connected those 2 materials together. Here, what we're saying is the brick massings on the infill piece and the Pleasant Street and alley side are majority red and buff brick. And now there's just a little tie of this transitional material that ties the 2 together. So I think in our thinking, the entryway to which you can see here is right behind the corner building, was our transitional point. And we were able to create a pivot point that then took you from the infill building to the Pleasant Street side. and then that was the topping of both. So there's a commonality of material around what's above the red brick and what's above the beige brick around both sides. And even though we're using slightly different detailing, the materials and the blonde brick or the buff brick and the red brick beyond the color of the brick are similar. They're to tie all the building together. So the window fenestrations and the cast stone detailing is all similar materials, even though it's with red and beige. So we were trying to create a palette that would tie through, but we did understand that the massing, we are creating massing that one exists as an infill, and then there's a main massing at the rear. So we did want to differentiate the two of those so that it would feel less imposing on the surrounding community.
Okay. Any questions from other board members?
Do you have a similar, you had a similar comparison of three-dimensional isometric of these two, right? In here somewhere.
Yes.
Can you just pop that up again?
Previous than one.
Yeah, that's helpful too. These are by the way, compliments to you about these before and after pictures. They're really helpful in terms of understanding what you guys have changed and what you've responded to. It's just the way most people ought to do stuff. Anyhow, go ahead if you have other ones.
Yeah, it's the slide 24.
That's yeah, that's one of them, which is a front on elevation. Yeah.
Was it the one at the very beginning?
And how far back from the what is the distance between the facade on MLK now and that the red building on the left, the new and the current design? What's the distance between the front of that facade and the red piece you've highlighted there?
We are approximately 40 feet back from MLK.
Okay.
Sorry, let's see here. Which slide are we on?
I think while you're getting to that, one of the other things that's helpful in the previous version was that infill piece, the red masonry was 3 stories rather than 4. And even though you had a taller mass behind it, it was set back. I think that's, if I'm understanding Amania's comment on this, I think she's trying to get back to something closer to that. And I would support that recommendation. It just helps with, there's so many different heights of lower buildings here that the 3 stories feels much more compatible and helps ease the transition to the 4 and 5 stories behind it.
Yeah, I have a slightly different perspective on that. I mean, I actually don't mind the 4 stories, and I find the window proportions in the revised design to be rather improved as well. They look a little squat in the previous one. I sort of think a 2-story building and a 1-story building and a 4-story building is something that can be compatible. And I think what you've tried to do to introduce that horizontal between the 3rd and the 4th floor is a tried and true way to kind of break that kind of height up. It could well be that maybe if you had a material treatment that was different there, that might help to lessen the impact of the 4 stories. But as a sort of as regards the amount of space it takes up, I don't have a problem with the 4 stories. By the way, I think this is conceptually much clearer than the previous design.
I appreciate that, and Marty, I think that's exactly where we started. Our original, the the evolution of this design concept started with the 3-story infill building. And as we pulled the massing back, that 3-story became more of an issue visually, and at which point we added a story to it, because what it was doing was it was disproportionately transitioning from the 1-story to the 5-story. So the 4th story on that infill building, once it became so exposed as we pulled the main massing back, that 3-story element became out of proportion, out of scale with the overall development, which is why we added. And these were iterations that we went through with HPO staff, and how we ended up at the 4-story infill. But we started with a 3-story infill, and it really did not feel like it was the right massing proportion with the main mass being pulled back.
Madam Chair, can I just ask you a question about the comment that you made before Matt made his comment? When you were talking about the 3 stories versus 4 stories, were you talking about the material, or were you saying that you were more amenable or more inclined to have less of a story? I just wanted a clarification.
It was fine to me to have 4, but to begin to break up the facade.
Got it.
I
Just
wasn't.
the material.
The material could continue.
Okay.
I was just suggesting that it be set back a little more.
Got it.
Rather than just using the approach they've taken with the cornice line, breaking it up that way. I was suggesting more of a setback as a break, whatever that distance might be.
Board, this is Omar Kareem from Banneker, the developer and sponsor of the project. I think Commissioner Muhammad was trying to get back in, and I think she called in, but is locked out of the chat. Hopefully, someone might be able to grant her access. As some further context behind the history of this project, we initially started this project with 54 units, and when we came to HPRB and had another conversation, we brought the project down to 38, and now we're at 26 units, which is making this project, I would say impossible is probably an understatement at this point, particularly with the rates that have gone up over 100% since we started. They're at about a 3.25, 3.5 now, and they're over 7%, especially with yesterday's Fed increase of the federal bank rate. So we would really appreciate the HPRB's consideration of the ANC's strong support of this project, including as recently as a few days ago, and the tremendous community outreach we did. Hearing HAP's comments, I think that's a very, very, very small segment of the community versus the ANC, which represents the entire community in ANC 8A. And I echo some of the board members' comments that the design firm did an amazing job at, taking into consideration the staff, and we appreciate Imania's support and the board's continued evaluation, and hope. We've missed several funding rounds. Just to add something on top of that, and if we aren't able to go in funding after this hearing, I think this project will likely end on the doorsteps, and we won't be able to move forward with it.
Understood. Is Commissioner Muhammad on?
Chair Heath, this is Juliana. Yes, Commissioner Muhammad is on, and I am unmuting.
We're still not hearing anything.
And while we wait for her, I'll just also add that we really appreciate ANC Chair's support, continued support. Her remarking how we've been working for 4 years on a project of this
Hear me?
size. Yes, ma'am, we can hear
Yes.
you now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, please speak. We've been waiting to hear from you now that I'm so sorry, but I don't know what the problem was when I logged in online. But so I want to say I represent in single member district 8A03. As a commission, we voted in support of this project. This is the second time. The original vote that went through at the end of 2021, I would have loved to see this body support that project. As Mr. Kareem has said, you're getting feedback from a small portion of the community that is literally controlling how many affordable units we get in Anacostia. And it has to stop. The ANC is supposed to get great weight. We voted 6-0-0 at the end of 21, unanimously to support his project with the design, with the original design. Now we voted 6-1 just a couple weeks ago to support this design. But as he's saying, if he has to keep eliminating units, it's not going to be feasible. And anyone in planning knows that. We lost a senior building on Z Street that was proposed by the People's Development because of the same shenanigans from this small contingent in the historic district. So that was a senior building. And we have seniors out here on limited incomes that could have today been living in decent housing. Many are living in basements, in single rooms with family, and it's just unconscionable. So this project, as originally built, should have been supported. And you can't keep whittling down the number of affordable units. The recent Realtor magazine that came out says not enough housing. That is the topic across the country. So when are we going to get with the mayor's program and stop letting this body eliminate affordable housing where it's needed? This is one of the most expensive cities to live in the country now. So any affordable housing that we can get, we need to bank it. Not at 20 units, at whatever units they can build. He said they started with 54, then 38, and now you want them down to 20. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And you're talking about the faith community that stepped up when the mayor said she needed help to house the people in our city, to keep residents that have been here long time residents that are being pushed out because they can't afford to live here anymore. So if you want that to be part of your record, because that's what's going to happen and that's what it's becoming, because it's this body that is pushing out development along Martin Luther King, Good Hope Road, which both of those are business districts. And so these are developers coming in and saying, we're going to build housing and bring you some type of retail. So these are small businesses that also are going to be pushed out. If we can't get some of these projects approved and not, oh, I don't like the color of the brick. Oh, it's when they're saying it's too high, the mass is too much,
what they're saying is it's too many units. And I've been a commissioner a long time. I was at the table when the discussions were being made to extend the historic district out onto Martin Luther King and Good Hope Road in order to control the development by some of the very ones that you have testifying today. So I guess that's why I'm really annoyed, because I believe this body should do their due diligence and try to stick with the mayor's program to bring affordable housing into this city. So I support it on behalf of my single member district because I know what my residents need. I support it with my fellow commissioners on a whole. So we had a 6-to-1 vote, and each single member district represents 2,000 or just less than 2,000 constituents. So we're talking about what? We're talking about 12,000 in Ward 8 that we're advocating on behalf of versus a handful of people from the historic district that don't want any affordable housing in this area. So I am asking this body, I would like for you to go back and support the original design, but at minimal, support the design at what this developer can build it at. They have bent over backwards with these, making all of these adjustments. It's ridiculous to try to appease a handful of people. And this board needs to make sure that it is the ANC in 8A that gets great weight and not hats. And they need to also make these developers understand there is no legal requirement for them to have to sit down with hats. There is no legal requirement for that. Hats needs to come to the ANC. Hats needs to come to the ANC meeting like the rest of the community.
If you can make your comments about this project, I think we understand where you're going, but this is not about.
Well, those comments are about this project. Those comments are about this project. So I would like to see this body support this project. And there's 2 letters of support on file, and I noticed one said signed. Both of them have been signed. One was signed electronically because we were in the midst of COVID. So they're both signed.
We have
them. And they were both voted, yes. So I'm just making note of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So that concludes our public testimony for today. We're gonna keep moving. For the record, this board does support historic preservation and affordable housing. We believe that they are not either or. They can both exist together, and the mayor has charged us with making sure that development that happens within historic districts is compatible. That is our job. That is why this board exists, and the mayor has entrusted us to do that. We understand the priority of affordable housing, and we believe that we can do and support both. So just for the record. Does the board have any other questions of the applicant?
No, Chair Heath.
Okay. All right. Then are we ready to deliberate?
I am, Chair Heath.
Okay.
I certainly am.
Okay. All right. Would anybody like to start?
Yeah, I'll start if you don't mind.
ahead.
I like this project a lot. I think the improvements are significant. I think the massing has been clarified. you know, we do see tension, you know, between, and this has come up before in Anacostia, which has become a, you know, a place for a lot of terrific development projects, and there is a tension between the historic character of it and new projects. That's to be understood, and we're one of the places, one of our responsibilities is to navigate that and not to rubber stamp things just because someone brings a development project, but also to bring our professional expertise to bear to judge whether projects are compatible with the historic district. And compatibility oftentimes does not mean mimicking a 1- and 2-story context. It means how well does the project introduce something new that is compatible with the context, but may not actually be replicating exactly the size and the scale of projects or buildings that have been there for a long time. And we see that time and time again. I think this project has, what I like about it is that, you know, and I think my colleague, board chair, it makes good points about the height there. I think there are ways perhaps to look at that I would be comfortable perhaps delegating to staff, but I think the way in which the adjustments have been made so that we don't have this large hulking building behind 1- and 2-story facades, but it actually looks like a series of infill projects, I think works pretty well. And I think making the facades and the character of all of those the same would be somewhat problematic in that it would make the building look even bigger. And I think what in this particular case, given the size and scale of buildings on either side of this, I think the design does a good job of navigating that with the red building and the tan building and the gray pieces. And so I have enthusiastic support of the staff report, and I look forward to this project moving forward. And I hope my colleagues agree.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Go ahead,
would,
Crystal.
yeah, I was just gonna say, I would agree. I mean, I appreciate the developer's responsiveness to our initial comments and making the reduction in massing. I think there could probably be some massaging of the materiality and just sort of, to me, that the red brick building still, visibly, to me, it still feels, it feels sort of wonky, but it's not. And I know wonky is not an architectural term, but it's not. It's
Be
not.
surprised, actually, it is kind of. But
Yeah, it
okay.
is. It is.
Yeah,
Happens a lot.
I understand. Yeah, I understand.
You got to remember, I'm a banker. It feels wonky, but it's certainly not enough to stand in the way of this project progressing. And like I said, it is not contrary to my initial comment, which was that I'm appreciative of the work that was done and the responsiveness to our initial comments. So I'm in support of the project as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not going to muddy the waters with going back to the previous scheme. I started there earlier just to understand how, helping me recall how we got to where we are, because I think there were some things that were really nice about the previous scheme, and understanding that they were getting more units out of that.
Yeah.
There's some tension there, right? Like it architecturally, it felt stronger and it had more units. So I would certainly defer to the applicant to work with staff if they were able to meet the targets that they're trying to in terms of preservation of the existing buildings while trying to increase the unit number. If they massage the massing and got closer to where they were before, I would not have an issue with that. But I can support the current concept as well. So
I agree, Chair. I think it's things like in this view that we're looking at now, like what if that cornice line moved down one level and the 2 layers above became just something that felt a little more light and set back, even though the volume isn't set back. It would feel like a 2-story building with, another 2 stories added on top of it, with maybe a slightly more window opening or something that would, and less masonry or something. Just there are things that can be massaged in the development of the design that I'll be excited to see when it comes back to us.
There was something about those setbacks in the first design that were attractive to me. I thought it was attractive, and I thought it broke up. I thought it broke up the massing, but I'm done. I'm supportive.
I just want to go on record as one who, to me, breaking up the massing is not always the answer. You know, I mean, I think the most important obligation of a building is what it does at street level. Now, I understand, obviously, there are things that, you know, heights and things that people are sensitive to. In this particular case, I think some study could be done, but I think it's a very nimble solution and a big improvement over what we saw before.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I will vote to support the concept and ask that the applicant continue to work through this with staff and that it come back to the board, mostly because I'd like to see how it evolves as it develops.
You saying come back on consent?
I'm not saying I mean, I think it probably could. I'm not saying consent, but I'm just saying before final approval, it would be nice to see it again. I assume it could be consent since there's so much support for this, but I'd like to just see it before final approval.
I'll second that.
Okay. Thanks, Andrew. Is there any further discussion? All right, then all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, then the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, board. Appreciate your comments.
Sure, thank you. All right, so we're ready to move on to 1603 Good Hope Road, Southeast.
Yes. All right. Thank you, board. And I understand those comments, and we'll get on that. For 1603 Good Hope Road, Southeast, this is a returning project to the historic Anacostia. This is revised plans for the construction of a 6-story plus penthouse residential and retail building located at the corner lot of Anacostia Historic Road of Good Hope Road. The site is currently occupied by a 1-story non-contributing laundromat and a surface parking lot. At the June 1st meeting, the board did not take a vote on the project, but agreed that the architectural character of the building, including the modulated massing of the framing of the facade, the step down of the building in the back, the strong corner tower element, and the use of masonry in an Art Deco style were all positive elements. Members also agreed that the taller tower element at the corner was a good approach and expressed concerns that the 6 stories at the penthouse was too tall for the historic district, and asked that the height be re-evaluated, the design of the ground floor be reviewed, and the overall detailing and color continue to be studied and revised. The board recently gave final approval to the construction of a 5-story residential retail building at 1605, 1607. And the block context includes the vacant laundromat and non-contributing 1-story office building and a 2-story to 3-story residential apartments. The new project calls for the 6-story building with a penthouse clad in brick with Art Deco motifs, horizontal brick bands, and vertical piers along the windows. On Good Hope Road, the building will rise to 65 feet in height with a 5-story primary mass, a slight setback for the 6th floor, and a 1-to-1 setback for the penthouse. The building would have a projecting bay tower element on each of the 2 primary elevations and step down to the 4 stories at the rear. This revised concept sets back the 6th floor by 12 feet from the main building facade, and the rooftop of the 5th floor has been lowered approximately 3 feet taller to be 3 feet taller than the adjacent neighbor. The storefront has been more defined to establish more of a sign band and showroom windows.
And the building continues to incorporate that Art Deco motif and vertical piers around the windows and corners. For our evaluation, new construction projects on vacant lots in Anacostia have been various and a long time coming for Anacostia in this area. The board has approved several projects at the height of 5 stories and has asked for generous setbacks for the top floor of one to more floors that help break down that massing and scale. The 6-story building proposed at Anacostia continues to be greater than that found within the established ranges of height in the historic district. However, the applicant has lowered the 5th floor to align with the neighboring approved project or within the alignment, and pulls the 6th floor in on 2 sides. Despite the revision, the 6th floor continues to be visible from the street and prominent from the corner. If the board finds the 6th floor compatible, it's recommended that there be a setback at the that the setback of the 6th floor is increased to both help minimize the visibility down Good Hope Road and to increase the separation between the step parapets on each of the elevation. HBO recommends that the board support the revised concept of the design and seeks the board's direction on the height and treatment of the 6th floor. And I will let the applicant go ahead and discuss the revisions, and perhaps, and I believe the ANC have both provided comments on their engagement.
Good morning, everyone. I believe John Mellon is going to be starting off with the introduction for this presentation along with the client Amir Irani, and then we will be proceeding with the presentation.
Yes, good morning, Jonathan Mellon. Actually, good afternoon, Jonathan Mellon, architectural historian. Good afternoon, Chair Heath, board members Auerbach, Beatty, Bell, and Failer. It's our great pleasure to be back before you. As you recall, we last saw you in the month of June, and since that time we have worked diligently with HBO staff. We would really like to express our thanks to Amanya, Ms. Price, and Steve, Mr. Collicott, for their, as always, being incredibly generous with their time. We've made a number of revisions as Amanya noted in her introduction, and we feel they've really worked to arrive at a project that is compatible both with the streetscape and with the overall Anacostia Historic District. We were also very pleased to be able to present the project to ANC 8A at the July 18th meeting. I'll let them speak for themselves, but we were heartened to receive their support, and you all should have received a copy of that in your files. I know you have a long meeting today, so with that, I'm just going to turn it over to our client, Amir Irani, to make a few comments before turning it over to our design team from Square 134. We thank you as always for your time and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mellon. Good afternoon, Chair Heath and members of the board. I'll just take a couple minutes, being mindful of everyone's time. As Mr. Mellon mentioned, we have presented to HAPS and ANC 8A since the last time we were before the board, and we have received valuable feedback and incorporated that feedback within our design. And in that time frame, we also received ANC support for our proposed design. I'd like to also highlight that we have well over 100 letters of support, with the vast majority coming from Ward 8 residents, including many residents that live on the block that is immediately behind the proposed project. Lastly, I'd like to just say that the existing site is on a block with only dated non-contributing structures, and it's adjacent to a couple of vacant lots. This block, we see it as an opportunity for community economic development that enhances the historic district with a beautiful masonry and cast stone structure that includes family-sized affordable units with retail and parking. given that the block does not have historic context or contributing structures on it, we see this as a prime opportunity to bring this type of development to the Anacostia Historic District. With that, I'll hand it off to my colleague, Ms. Rotman.
Thank you, Mr. Irani. Thank you, Chair Heath and the rest of the board. We'd like to just continue with the presentation. So if we could go to the next slide. As Mr. Irani had mentioned, the project is located at the corner of Good Hope Road and 16th Street. Next slide. And here's some.
If you could just talk through your revisions.
Sure, we can fast forward to that if you'd like. So I would say the best place to start would be PT 2.2, which is the next, actually one more slide from here, PT 2.3. Thank you very much. So since the last presentation, we did work on refining the details of the proposed massing, including coming up with a more refined color palette. So we are proposing to have a darker red color palette with cast stone accents. We're showing a few color options as we'd like to select a color that will complement yet be distinguished from our adjacent neighbor. Next slide. And here's the overall perspective view with the proposed color scheme. And next slide. Also, since the last presentation, we increased the setback at the 6th floor to be 12 feet. And we did this at both Good Hope Road, right by the adjacent neighbor of 1605 and 1607, and also along 16th Street. We also omitted the penthouse level, and instead it's just going to be a roof structure for mechanical purposes with a mechanical screening that's only as tall as necessary for the equipment. Next slide. And here you can just see the setbacks in a little bit greater detail. Next slide. We also adjusted the massing to closely align with 1605, 1607 Good Hope Road. Per the recommendations from the previous meeting, we created setbacks at the 6th floor along Good Hope Road and 16th Street. And you can see these revisions in comparison to the original submission in the upper left corner. Next slide. And actually, you can just flip through to PT 210 if you'd like. Okay, and from this view, you can see that we omitted the penthouse floor. There is some minimal visibility of the mechanical screen being shown, but we've actually purposefully oversized the mechanical screen to be the maximum potential screen. And we actually anticipate it being much smaller than what's shown. On the rooftop, we're currently accommodating room for a backup generator, as well as providing many more condensers than we anticipate being necessary for the project. Next slide. And next slide. And again, just to reiterate, at the rear, we're stepping down the building at the 5th and 6th floors and creating a 4-story mass at the rear. Next slide. This is just the proposed elevation along Good Hope Road. And next slide. And here shows the before and after of the adjustments made to make the building height more in line with the adjacent neighbor. As mentioned by HPO staff, the overall building height is about 3.5 feet taller than the adjacent neighbor at 1605 and 1607. And specifically, our 5th floor is very closely aligned to their main massing of building height at their top of their 4th story. Next slide. And this is the proposed elevation along 16th Street. Next slide. From the previous meeting, we were also asked to look at the ground floor in more detail. We've added an area that's distinct for signage to be developed, as well as providing more glass at the retail floor and making sure that there are still some key alignments with the residential portion above to correlate with the overall building design. Next slide. And as you can see in the sections, we've set back the sixth floor significantly in comparison to the previous time. And again, we were purposeful about having the majority of the mass towards the corner at Good Hope Road to allow for step backs in both directions along 16th Street and Good Hope. And next slide. And these are just the floor plans showing the main floor and parking level. And the retail will be community-oriented retail tenants. Next slide. We're also providing an array of unit types, including family-sized units. And as previously mentioned, we've removed the penthouse level. And here you can just see the detail of the oversized mechanical screening, which is the maximum we would anticipate for the roof. Next slide. And so at the June 1st meeting, the board had agreed that the architectural character, including the modulated massings of the facade, the use of the masonry and Art Deco style, and the setbacks of the 5th and 6th floor, and the strong corner were all positive elements of the proposed design. We've made several revisions since the last meeting, and to summarize, we lowered the massing by both reducing the height and removing the habitable penthouse. We set back the 6th floor to create a greater degree along both Good Hope Road and 16th Street. We created a defined base, and we unified the building by simplifying the color palette. We also modified the corner per board member Bell's observations at the last meeting. We appreciate that the staff report recommended the building support the revised concept design, and we look forward to the board's direction regarding the building's compatibility, particularly at the 6th floor. We believe the proposed building is compatible with the Anacostia Historic District, and at this time, we would like to open it up to questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does the board have any questions? All right.
Yeah, I actually do, if you don't mind.
Okay, sure.
Ms. Rotman, the piece on the corner, just, you have these bay windows, these big bays, right? That are 4 windows wide, right? On both sides of the building, on the 2 corners.
The bay
right?
introductions.
Yeah, there's these pieces that pop out that have 4 windows in them, 2 in them. Okay. And they're how far out from the main body of the facade?
They're 2 feet out from the
Okay.
main body of the facade.
And this, I think there's an articulation at the corner as well, which looks like it pops out. How far out is that from
So
main
the
block?
articulation at the corner is actually in line with the main body of the facade. And then at the 6th floor, we set back the 6th floor just behind the bay projections by an additional foot to be at 3 feet back, just so that there would be a little bit more of a division for that front corner element.
So to put it in simpler terms that I can understand, you made a tower at the corner.
The tower at the corner is in plane with the overall building, but yes, correct.
So that aligns with the surface to the right of the 4 bay projection.
Correct, and to the
Okay,
left.
in this drawing, and to the left. Okay, all right, that's helpful. So, and how far out in front of at the upper level of the building, how far out in front of that piece is it? Looks like 6 inches or a foot or something.
It's 2 feet set back from the bay projection for both the 6th floor at the corner, and then just behind the bay projection, it's set back 3 feet from the bay projection. So there's an additional foot setback. If we go to the site plan.
No, I understand. I got
Okay.
it. I understand.
Okay.
Thank you. And then,
And then the rest of the 6th floor is set back at 12 feet.
and is there some sort of vertical element at the corner that I'm seeing there?
There is a vertical element at the corner. Right now we're showing sort of a stepped and tapered element in cast stone. We're actually mimicking the vertical parapet or the geometric parapet. We've mimicked that as to be the shape along that corner element.
Okay, I think I understand what you said. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
I have a question. Is there, and I may be missing it in the box, is there a comparison to the original proposal in this one, similar to what we saw with the last case?
Yes, they were shown in the perspective images. The first perspective image being PT 2.6. And the original is in the upper left corner, and we've highlighted in orange where the key changes were made. So you'll note in the upper left corner, you were able to see much more of the top floor, and it visually was a lot taller than the adjacent neighbor. And the step backs, the other change we're sort of showing is the fifth floor, we lowered the parapet height to visually make it shorter, and you can see that that helps with the setback along 16th Street with having visually a larger setback. Also with stepping back the 6th floor to 12 feet, that helped with that change. And then on slide PT 210, you can see that we previously had a penthouse level that we've omitted from the design. And if you wanted to see it in elevation view, PT 2.14 shows the before and afters of the alignments. One more slide. Yeah. In terms of how we've shrunk the overall heights.
Yes, that's helpful. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yep.
All right, any other questions? All right, then we can certainly come back to questions, but we do have a few people who have registered to speak. Patrick O'Keefe. Is Patrick O'Keefe on the line? And Juliana, if you don't see Patrick O'Keefe.
Yes, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yes, now we can.
Great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Patrick O'Keefe. I live at 1604 U Street Southeast in historic Anacostia. The rear edge of my property line is approximately 20 feet from the property line of the lot under discussion for this application at 1603 Good Hope Road Southeast. I'll try to keep this as brief as possible, but I first wanted to thank the board and HPO for an opportunity to provide testimony at the hearing for this project. In particular, I wanted to thank Ms. Amanya Price for being so responsive when I reach out with inquiries about historic guidelines and other matters regarding the district. I also wanted to thank neighbors on the line for their tireless efforts to maintain the historic quality of our neighborhood. As I mentioned earlier, I live at this corner. I pass through this intersection on foot and in vehicles multiple times a day. I'm able to view this lot from my backyard and every rear-facing room in my home. I've reviewed the HPO's feedback to the development team for the last round of edits for the concept designs up for discussion today. I understand that this proposed structure exceeds the height of neighboring and other comparable buildings in the historic district, and I appreciate that the developers are willing to have an open discussion about the design plans and make modifications as needed within reason. This corner at 16th and Good Hope Road Southeast has been plagued with violence, including homicides, shootings, and other violent crimes for decades. And as I'm sure everyone on this call knows, the structure that currently stands on this property was previously a laundromat that was condemned as a nuisance property and shut down by the AG a few years ago because it degraded into an open-air drug market and a haven for other criminal activity. The government has tried everything imaginable to address the issues that are occurring on this block, in my opinion, except for economic development through the construction of new housing and businesses until now. So I believe that this is one of the primary reasons that this lot was designated in this particular way in terms of density in the mayor's comprehensive plan. I've supported and observed countless city initiatives on this block to no avail. These programs are having little to no positive measurable impacts on the community at this corner where this lot is located, and I feel confident making this statement as likely the only person on the call that can look out my window right now and observe the lot. I believe that the issues in this corner will only be addressed through economic development in the form of new, denser buildings with retail and housing. The development team at 1603 Good Hope Road Southeast is providing an opportunity for progress on this corner for the first time in decades. And I believe that they have gone out of their way to consider historic standards and guidelines. I agree with comments by the board and neighbors that a building of this height has no comparison in this neighborhood at the moment, but I do not believe that if something has not existed before, it cannot exist now, especially when I think that it will help alleviate the unsustainable environment of chronic drug sales and violent crime at this intersection. I'm aware of the purpose of HPRB and what your defined duties are, so it's not necessarily your job to address some of the challenges that I mentioned here, but I really feel neighborhoods in particular intersections as you're making decisions that it could impact thousands of residents. And my understanding is that the board has already approved the concept plans for the neighboring lots on Good Hope Road Southeast, and that the building at 1603 may ultimately be mere feet higher if it is approved. So I interpret that to mean that the board may be willing to consider some deviations from height standards in the neighborhood. So with this in mind, I hope that the board will approve these plans in a timely manner so that progress is not halted on this corner, especially considering that the developer appears to have removed an entire floor in response to feedback that was provided by HPO. I truly appreciate the work that HPRB, HPO, and other neighborhood organizations are doing. And as an advocate for historic preservation, I understand the benefits of these efforts in the short and long term. And I believe that in this scenario, we need to recognize the unique situation of this corner and not halt progress on this block. The benefits of the economic development in this corner through a development and design team that is incorporating historic standards will improve the overall health of this neighborhood and enhance the character of the lots in question. I support the concept plans as they're currently presented and encourage the board to approve them, and strongly recommend that the developers and design team continue to work with neighborhood organizations that are directly impacted by the plans. Thank you again for the time and opportunity to testify.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Do we have LaJoy Johnson Law on?
Chair Heath, this is Juliana speaking. I do not see them on the line.
What about Jacques Patterson?
I believe she had a hard stop earlier today, so I don't believe Ms. Joy is in attendance.
Okay. So then Jacques Patterson. No.
Chair Heath, I do believe I just saw them on the line. I'm just locating them in the attendee list.
That I was unmuted. Thank you for allowing me to come on board. My name is Jacques Patterson, Dr. Jacques Patterson. I've lived in Ward 8 for nearly 28 years at the current time. I am a former Historic Preservation Review Board member some time ago when Boasberg was the chair at that particular time. I have been invested in the Anacostia area and Ward 8 for all my life, the whole time that I've been in the ward itself. I'm very supportive of this particular development. As the gentleman said before us, I believe it was Mr. O'Keefe, we've watched this corner devolve into one of the worst crime areas that we have in our community. And as he also stated, we've tried everything that we possibly can to address some of those particular issues. We are very thankful as a community as a whole that we now have a developer that is willing to come before us and put something there that will revitalize this community, which will eventually be called Marion Barry's, named after Marion Barry, which we look forward to that as well. And I believe this building will add to his legacy of trying to have economic development in areas that have been overlooked for quite some time. I truly appreciate the group's community engagement. As it was stated, they have numerous letters of support throughout the whole community. They have the ANC's community support in this as well. I served as an ANC for 5 terms in Ward 8. And as was previously stated with the previous project that's at the corner, they're supposed to be given great weight, and seeing that they have lent their support to this, I would hope that the Historic Preservation Review Board would take that into consideration and approve this particular project, which I'm very supportive of.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Is Greta on the line?
Chair Heath, this is Juliana. Yes, Greta is on the line and I will unmute. And I do also understand that Commissioner Mohammed is still on the line to also provide testimony.
Okay. We're not hearing Greta still. Okay. Is she unmuted?
Chair Heath, I have requested the unmute, but Greta is not showing up as unmuted.
Okay. Let's try Commissioner Mohammed then, and we'll come back to Greta Fuller. Is Commissioner Mohammed still on?
Yes, Commissioner Mohammed is still logged in.
Not hearing either of them.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Commissioner Mohammed has had a lot of technical difficulties, but I think she is trying to drop off and dial back in.
Okay. All right. See somebody listed as Commissioner Mohammed on the panelist list. They just need to be unmuted. Okay. It seems we're not hearing from either Greta Fuller or Commissioner Mohammed. Those are the last two people. Okay. They're the last two people who were registered to speak. Okay, so then let's turn back to the board for any final questions of the applicant. Any additional questions? If not, then is the board ready to deliberate?
Sure.
Okay. I was feeling like nobody was out
Yeah,
there.
who's out there? Feels so alone
Right.
sometimes.
Right, yes. uh,
I support the staff report on this. I have the only comment I have is I think there, if you could go to that corner view, whoever's running, I don't know, Steve, whoever's running the projector, I think some of these, plastic surgeries that have been done, nipping and tucking, actually are good, and they've done a lot of the things that I think we've asked them to do. I think the corner element is getting confused with these two forebay elements. It just seems very awkward to me, and I think a cleaner meeting of the massing of that piece that's behind should be studied. I think that it's a little bit weird to have both a corner tower and these very, very robust forebay sort of Art Deco vertical pieces there, and also the vertical element. And I think the corner is probably better nailed down as a sort of simpler thing than what's being shown here. But that's sort of something I think that the staff should work on with the applicant. But aside from that, I think this I don't necessarily see the need to set back any more at the corner. It's a minimal 6-story piece and it nails that corner down and then it sets back as it goes up either street. So I find it actually to be successful in that regard.
Okay. Great. So, just so I understand what you were, your critique of the corner, were you thinking that because the corner has its own sort of a bit of stepping and then that thin piece, that just simplifying that because
Well,
you've got these
right.
bays
Yeah,
so
I
close
don't
to
think,
it?
right. I don't think that the one window bay tower needs to be there. I think the sort of, there are 3 windows to the right of it on either side. I think on either side there are 3. I think if that came to a simple corner there, it's trying to make a corner tower, but it's in conflict with these 2 other very expressive bays, which I think are actually more important to the building, that are on either side there. And so I would find a way to kind of calm that down a little bit. And if there was to be a vertical element, you know, maybe it goes up part of the facade or something, you know, I'm not quite sure see the need to have that corner element piece. And I don't know if it's signage or what it is, but it just seems like there's a little bit of confusion there that could be sorted out by simplifying the relationship of the massing.
Yeah, I could support that. Any other comments?
I just have a question.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a question as a layperson. I'm curious for you, Madam Chair, even you, Matt. I- They removed a floor, right? That was the commentary that we took, that a floor was removed, or certainly the penthouse portion was removed.
Right.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm curious how then the whole thing isn't down a level. How do you still have, am I making sense? Like, how do you still have the portion of the building that is slightly above the 5th floor? Is no one understanding my question?
Yeah.
As that becomes the tower.
If I may, we were originally proposing a 6-story building plus a penthouse, and we removed the penthouse level. So we are still currently proposing a 6-story building.
Got it. That's the
Just
clarification.
without the penthouse.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm good with that.
I understand.
All right. Did you have any other comments
No.
or just that question?
No, I'm clear now. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Then I don't know if Gretchen had any other comments, but
Nope, I don't.
oh, go ahead.
Oh, I don't.
Oh, okay. Okay. Got it. I also find that the revisions that they've made are improve the overall concept, and I'm in support of it. I would also support Matt's comment about simplifying the corner, but I don't feel that that's a deal breaker in any way. Something that they certainly can work through with staff. So I will make a motion that we support the revised concept and ask for a second.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone oppose? Great, then the motion carries.
Marnique, this is Imania. Just so I'm clear, are we supporting a 6-story on the property, and then for the revisions that you, or comments that you noted, to be addressed?
The corner, I mean,
Yeah.
the 6 stories, yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I mean, that's as it's presented, so yes.
Yes. Okay.
And then the corner was primarily the comment.
Yes. Okay. Just clarifying. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great day, guys.
Thank you
Thanks,
very
you
much for your time.
Thank
All
you.
right. So next application is in Tacoma Park. Revised concept coming back to us at 327 Cedar Street Northwest.
And I'm going to let the applicants pick up where they left off with summarizing the board's comments and the revisions that they've made.
Okay, great.
Perfect. I would one of our architect Federico Oliveira Sala, if he could be moved up to a panelist. Perfect. Great. Thank you very much. My name is Paul Tummins. I am zoning counsel to this project. I will make a very, very brief statement just to kind of give an update as to what has occurred in the zoning realm since we presented this application to HPRB on June 1st. On June 15th, the Zoning Commission had a public hearing with regards to the project. And then on July 13th, the Zoning Commission granted this project, this PUD and zoning map amendment application, initial approval. So with that, I will now have our project architect, Federico Oliveira Sala, present the changes that have made to the architecture, and then we'll have our landscape architect, Gabriella Connemar-Clark, make her presentation with regards to the changes or more detail on the landscape and the public realm. And with that, I will hand it over to Fede.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Federico Oliveira Sala with Moya Design Partners, the architect for the project. I want to thank you for your time this afternoon for hearing us on the new changes that we're going to be presenting to you. In June 1st, we received a round of comments, and the comments were divided into categories, one for architecture, the other one landscape and site design. On the architectural comments, questions were basically in three categories: how the building relates to Tacoma character, comments on the facades, and how the building relates to the public realm. So I'm going to go through them briefly and then show the next slides how we address those comments. How the building design fits into the Tacoma neighborhood. Draw inspiration from Tacoma to create a distinctive and contextual building architecture. Consider the color palette that aligns with the historic character of Tacoma to establish meaningful relationships with the surrounding context. Simplify and unify the building architectural vocabulary for a more cohesive design. Enhance the building's connection to the existing context by grounding the residential massing with traditional materials and architectural elements. And as far as site, provide details on tree preservation strategies and provide information about the community park along Eastern Avenue and its overall vision. Next, please. With compatibility in mind, to understand Tacoma neighborhood, we research and survey the area as it relates to the architectural features, palettes, detail, materials, art, and relationship to the green space. Next, please. These images highlight some of Tacoma's diverse architectural inventory, both in Maryland and DC, that contributes to the character of the area. The design inspirations include art, materials, patterns, colors, and architectural features. We'll demonstrate references of these images as we go through the design. Next, please. In the next series of images, you will see to the left the previous design presented to you on June 1st, and to the right, the current design with the updated changes. So I'm going to go briefly through the comments on the left and then the changes on the right. Study the use of materials and take cues from nearby buildings. consider a color palette that aligns with the historic character of Tacoma to establish meaningful relationships with the surrounding context, simplify and unify the building's architectural vocabulary for a more cohesive design, and enhance the building's connection to the existing context by grounding the residential massing with traditional materials and architectural elements. In the updated design to the right, you will see that we incorporated brick materials on the facade to reflect the Tacoma character, and you will see it reflected on letter A in the image on the right. We introduced warm facade color reflecting the Tacoma palette, again shown under letter B. Organize the window frames to simplify the facade design on letter C. You can see it on the image. Remove the horizontal frame to create a cleaner look, highlighted with letter D. Refine the corner element for a cohesive appearance, as you can see there on letter E. And finally, extend the brick columns to establish a connection between the building and the ground. Next, please. In the image to the right, the comments on the right are for the most part the same, so I'll just focus on the updated design to the right. We organized the window frames to simplify the facade design, highlighted with the letter A. Remove the horizontal frame to create a cleaner look at the top, highlighted with letter B. Refine the corner element for a cohesive appearance. You can see there with letter C. Incorporate design element materials and colors that harmonize with the surrounding context with letter D. Extended brick columns to establish a connection to the building and the ground. You can see there with the letter E. Created articulation in the facade inspired by the Tacoma distinctive architectural context. You can see in letter F. And provided location for signage and increased visibility. You can see in letter G. Next, please. In this image, you see the comparison as the building sits on the Metro Plaza. On the updated design, you will see that we incorporated design elements, materials, and colors that harmonize with the surrounding context, highlighted with letter A. Introduced warm color palettes reflecting the Tacoma palette with letter B. And incorporated brick materials on the facade to reflect Tacoma's character with letter C. And next, please. This image shows the main entry point for the building, and you can see the difference left and right. We organized the window frames to simplify the facade design, highlighted with letter A. Introduced warmer facade color reflecting Tacoma palette. You can see in letter B. And incorporated brick materials on the facade to reflect the Tacoma character that you can see again with letter C. Next, please. Finally, in the corner of Carroll and Cedar, you see the comparison left and right with the updated design on the right side. We extended the brick columns to establish a connection between the building and the ground, highlighted with letter A. Created an articulation in the facade inspired by the Tacoma district distinctive architectural context with letter B, highlighted in the image. Provided location for signage to increase visibility, shown as letter C. Organized window frames to simplify the facade design, shown as letter D. Remove the horizontal frame to create a cleaner look at the top of the building, highlighted with letter E. And refine the corner element for a cohesive appearance, highlighted with letter F right at the corner of the image. Next, please. These images show the details that we incorporated on the facade as far as brick, and you will see that these are drawn from from examples that we surveyed through the area, whether it's the brick articulation, the shadows that the sun casts as it passes the day. You're going to have an experience that's an ever-changing experience as throughout the day. Articulation with different color bricks and play with different types of bonds whether it's a stack bond or a running bond, to add more interest and texture at the ground level. Next, please. We're gonna give now to Gabriela Canmar-Clark to speak about landscape and site design. Thank you.
Thank you, Fede. Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to have my camera on. I'm happy to do it. Good morning. My name is Gabriela Cañamar-Clark. I am the landscape architect for the project, and I'm going to present our tree strategy and our park design in a little more detail than the last time we met. Thank you for your time today. The project's robust proposed tree plan depicts our multi-pronged canopy strategy, which and the three prongs are as follows. The preservation of 15 healthy existing canopy trees, including 4 heritage trees shown with an orange dot, 10 special trees shown with a green dot, 1 unregulated tree shown with a green circle, which does not fall under either category of heritage or special tree. In addition to those, we are introducing 76 new trees, including 35 street trees shown as light green circles along Eastern Avenue Northwest, along the Kiss and Ride streetscape on the west side of the building, and the project drop-off courtyard. We are adding another 35 street trees shown in dark green circles proposed on various areas of the park on Eastern Avenue side, around the area of the park to the north of the access drive from Eastern Avenue, the northwest side of the project by the bus turnaround, in the private residential amenity courtyard, and at the project drop-off courtyard. We also have 6 trees on the WMATA side shown in yellow circles along the western sidewalk of the bus access. The final location of these 6 trees will be further coordinated with WMATA real estate design and engineering team to ensure that tree locations are consistent with our standards and do not interfere with their operations. Lastly, we're considering adding large shrubs that are more like tree-like in character and scale. 10 are depicted along the north property line shown in turquoise blue circles. The intent is to maximize a green buffer, working with the constraints and requirements of the Pepco easement proposed in this location. Tree-like shrubs, they would work well for this purpose, include leather leaf viburnums, which will grow to be about 15 feet tall and bloom seasonally, among other candidates with strong botanical characteristics. Please note that in order to develop the project, it is necessary to remove 118 trees in conditions that range from dead to fair. These trees are smaller in size or have inadequate qualities to support and enhance the proposed improvements. And again, we are preserving and adding a total of 101 trees and large or sizable shrubs for a net loss of only 17 trees on the property. Overall, we feel that this is an improvement because many of the trees being removed are in poor or declining condition, and all new trees will be healthy with vigorous growth and nursery stock, and we'll be planting with new topsoil. Next slide, please. Regarding open space design, the project open space really begins on the south side along Carroll Street, where people coming from the Tacoma metro stations are received with an animated retail plaza that enlivens the streetscape and includes a promenade with accessible routes around the edge of the building, and a series of terraced park spaces that integrate with and celebrate the magnificent scale of the heritage tree and special trees in this area, with accessible, inviting spaces that have seating and gathering spots for the community and to meet and enjoy. In the center of the page, you can see the curb cut of the vehicular access to the project from Cedar Street, which goes through at grade, but under a portion of the building towards the building courtyard, which would function as a residential drop-off that would include access to the parking garage, bike facilities, retail loading, and building services. Careful consideration has been put into providing clear definition of the pedestrian and bicycle circulation zones with clear and safe crossings throughout. Next slide, please. The continuation of the park along Cedar Street and Eastern Avenue incorporates the existing tree grouping and topography as part of the overall park approach. The design of the park utilizes the existing flat topography where the existing parking lot blacktop sits today and proposes a lawn space that greatly reduces the heat island effect, provides permeable surfacing, and space for free play and community activities and events. The shared use path traversing the space parallel to the building facade will be an accessible route which will facilitate pedestrian and bicycle access through the site and will pass by areas of stormwater management bioretention facilities in the form of rain gardens that would add seasonal interest, natural exploration opportunities, and play areas, as well as pollinator and wildlife habitat for the park. Next slide, please. The park is intended to provide a flexible space that is safe, universally accessible, and comfortable for people of all ages and with all levels of mobility. A play space is envisioned for the center of the park, where various pathways converge. We have had a meeting so far with the Department of Parks and Recreation, where potential program features of the play space was discussed, and we will be engaging with the ANC 4B for further input on the details. Those features may include natural as well as nature-inspired materials, opportunities for exploration and learning, free play, and interactive features. We look forward to continuing the work with Parks and Recreation and the ANC in refining the final play space program element to serve the community. Next slide, please. To ensure the safety and welfare of the park visitors, especially children, the play space is envisioned to be nestled at the bottom of the existing slope that has a tree grove and adjacent to the rain gardens. This location provides natural buffers of plantings, sidewalks, and green from the roadway. The play space is proposed to be set back from Eastern Avenue, where a new DDOT compliant and complete sidewalk with street trees is proposed, as they do not currently exist. Trees will be installed in their corresponding tree wells, which will have shrubs and other types of vegetation serving as a visual and physical buffer from the street. Thank you very much. Next slide. I think that's the last one, I believe. Yep, we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Should board members have questions at this time? Any questions? Okay. Then we can come back to the board for questions later in the hearing, but we do have 3 people registered to speak. First, I'll ask for Ellen Kurlansky. Is Ellen Kurlansky on the line and available? On the line and ready to make your statement?
Chair Heath, this is Juliana. Yes, Ellen is on the line and I am unmuting.
Okay. All right, we're still not hearing you if you're speaking. Oh, still not. All right, let's try Lawrence Michelle.
Chair Heath, I do not see Lawrence on the line, but I do see that Ellen is unmuted.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Okay, great. Good morning. Well, it's afternoon now, so good afternoon. My name's Ellen Kurlansky. I live across the street from the proposed development on Cedar Street Northwest in the District of Columbia. My house looks out on the trees and green space near the metro and what will be the mixed-use building that EYA intends to build. My neighbors and I would like to see this property developed in a way that respects and even enhances the historic character of the neighborhood. The proposed development doesn't quite meet that standard. Now, I do appreciate that EYA has endeavored to save a bit of the green space and many of the trees. And I'm very grateful that the HPRB has required the developer to modify the exterior of the building. The new design is an improvement over the garish exterior that was originally proposed. The HPRB suggestion that the metal balcony railings be modified with a design that relates to the character of the district is also a good suggestion that should be acted on. Beyond that, my family, my neighbors, and I are distressed by the size of this building. Both the height and the mass are incompatible with historic Tacoma. There are several new buildings nearby that are planned, under construction, or recently opened with 4 or 5 stories. But this one, in spite of some fancy math to the contrary, has 8 stories. 2 of the stories are taken up with above ground parking. One obvious improvement would be to place the parking underground and lower the overall height of the building. That's been done in nearby development projects. It would accommodate the same number of units or nearly the same number as the current design, including saving the affordable units. It would do a lot to make the building more compatible with the rest of the neighborhood. An alternative, of course, would be to simply take 2 stories off the building, but that would involve losing some of the units. I heard the argument that the grocery store that's either planned or hoped for wants parking on the same level. But as you know well, in cities today, including this one, good design puts the retail parking underground. Here, I'm afraid the developer is choosing cost cutting over historic preservation and good design. The suggestion that the HPRB has made so far have improved the development, but please don't stop now. We, the neighbors of this development who care about historic preservation, continue to need the HPRB's voice. The improved facade of the building is a great start, but there's more to be done if this building is to complement rather than harm the historic character of this neighborhood. Thank you for your efforts and for this opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you for your comments today. The last person I have registered is Jennifer Martin with Historic Tacoma.
Hello, this is Larry Michelle.
Oh, you're on. Okay. We
I
called
have
for you earlier and it sounded like you weren't on.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. May I go ahead?
Make your statement. Yes, please.
Okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity to share my views. My name is Larry Michelle, and I live in the District of Columbia, directly across from the proposed EYA development. I am what's called a 200-footer. I favor the 7050 Eastern Avenue development up the block in its scaled back format. I am amazed and befuddled that the zoning board and HPRB seem to be approving a remarkably excessively scaled EYA development at the Metro. If the 7050 Eastern proposal needed to be scaled back from 6 to 5 stories, as the zoning commission determined, then how can an 8-story massive EYA complex be left as proposed? In following the debates over these developments, I have become convinced that developers and their allies wave an affordable housing flag that primarily serves to limit discussion of the character of the developments and has little to do with affordable housing. I say this as an affordable housing activist, an economist, and someone active in the Washington Interfaith Network's Black Equity Through Home Ownership effort, though I speak only for myself, not for any organization. Take the EY development as an example. It is very tall, much taller than any development near the Tacoma Metro or any development at nearby metro stations. My neighbor Peter Fiden has documented this in testimony. But somehow the creation of a few affordable units is used to excuse the EYA development from meeting the current zoning rules. EYA is set to create 55 affordable housing units out of more than 400 units. If it were scaled back from 8 to 6 stories and remained very tall, it would at worst lose 18 affordable units. However, if EYA buried the 2 floors of parking underground, there would be no loss of affordable housing. Now, according to the Coalition for Smarter Growth, to reduce the Ward 4 deficit in affordable housing and advance the housing equity plan, we would need to create 1,580 dedicated affordable homes by 2025 for Rock Creek East, Ward 4. What's disturbing in my view is that a major development that is so outsized and built on public land would only create 55 affordable housing units. A regrettable loss of 18 affordable units should not be used to forestall discussion of the failings of the EYA project in terms of scale and aesthetics. Ward 4 is unlikely to attain the 1,580 target for affordable homes by 2025, and that won't be because of any scaling back of the EYA project. It will be because the developer mandates for affordable housing are weak and other current tools to attain affordable housing are inadequate. I might add that I'm involved in efforts to partner with developers to develop public lands in other parts of the city, and developers have agreed to plans which set only 1/3 of the units to be market rate, the rest being affordable housing. So you can see how far short EYA falls. To see how the affordable housing issue is used to shield developers, one can simply compare to what's happening at 7050 Eastern. The existing building has 36 affordable housing units, and it's going to add 74 to achieve a total of 110. That's the original design. Note how much more significant this proposal was for affordable housing than the EYA proposal, adding 74 versus just 55 units. But the zoning commission chose, I think correctly, to scale back 7050 by 1 floor to 5 floors, which means a loss of 30 affordable units. That is far more of a potential loss of affordable housing than the 18 units you would get from scaling back EYA by 2 floors that the zoning commission and presumably the HPRB will approve or has approved. So it's hard to understand why affordable housing can be a reason to refrain from scaling back EYA when it was not a reason for allowing a shorter by 2 stories, 6-story 7050 Eastern building, right? One is 8 stories. The one they scaled back was 6 stories. We should advocate for a more effective affordable housing effort in Ward 4 and in the district. We should not hide behind affordable housing as a goal, accepting crumbs from the developer in a way that simply enables large for-profit firms to get what they want without regard to neighborhood needs. Thank you very much. My written testimony provides documentation of the numbers that I've invoked. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So the last person we have then I think is Jennifer Martin with Historic Tacoma.
Hello, do you hear me?
We do.
Great. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. As you say, I am Jennifer Martin. I'm here today representing Historic Tacoma, where I serve as a member of the board. Because of HPRB's initial feedback, TM Associates has made some minor changes to the exterior design of the proposed Tacoma Metro development. However, these are grossly inadequate. HPRB, as the body responsible for upholding preservation standards, must do more to address the need for a development that is in harmony with the surrounding historic neighborhoods. Historic Tacoma returns today to implore the HPRB to insist on further improvements to the design that would actually reduce the scale and create more harmony with the surrounding historic neighborhoods. Despite the slight changes in materials and color recommended by HPRB, the building remains a huge box-like structure without relation to its surroundings. It lacks necessary articulation and sufficient aesthetic details to break up the monotony of its massive size. But more importantly, it is simply still too big, and it poses a threat to the integrity of the district as a whole, which it is your duty to protect. Historic Tacoma urges you to step this building down, reducing its mass and height so that it relates to other buildings in the district. Additional setbacks along Eastern Avenue are also necessary. This is not a 76-foot building as described in the June 1 staff report. Because of the slope of the site, The TM Associates building will ultimately achieve a height of over 90 feet as it travels down Cedar Street and reaches Eastern Avenue. This height is wholly uncharacteristic of the historic district. As some commenting publicly have noted, other developers are finding it profitable and advantageous to build nearby at a height of 50 feet or less. Surrounding developments have placed parking below grade and include affordable units. As the previous speaker has noted, 2 new developments exclusively contain affordable units. We urge you to hold TM Associates to a similar standard. The parking garages must be located underground. Moreover, if the current footprint were scaled back, much needed green space could be retained for the public. As the development has taken place in the surrounding neighborhood, more people will need access to a nearby natural environment, and we will be losing significant existing green space if this development continues as planned. The retention of more green space will also serve as a necessary buffer between the TM Associates building and the single and 2-family residents along Eastern Avenue and Cedar Street. In our earlier testimony, we explained the historical context of this site and why it is important to preserve the small scale of this community. More than 50 years ago, young adults rediscovered the dual communities of Takoma Park, DC and Takoma Park, Maryland. While restoring homes for their families, these residents put extraordinary commitment and hard work into researching and preserving the history of this area. The restored houses and storefronts provide a visual backdrop for telling that story of Washington, D.C.'s development, the parallel development of transportation, and the architecture of an earlier period. How many residents have written the HPRB, stating this proposed development is completely out of scale and undermines decades of protection of this historic district? Historic Tacoma is here today to call upon the HPRB to fulfill your role as the protectors of our architectural heritage and the scale of our communities. You must not lose sight of the importance of the appropriate scale and mass, lest we ultimately harm the integrity of our historic districts. To do so here would be inconsistent with your stewardship. Residents of Takoma Park have welcomed appropriately scaled and aesthetically appealing new development. We encourage you to visit the site if you have not already, so that you can see how inappropriate the scale of this proposed project is. However, if you approve this project, which is completely inappropriate to the scale and character of the historic districts in both Takoma Park, DC and Takoma Park, Maryland, you will create a precedent that undermines HPRB's ability to fulfill your mission of preserving the history and architectural heritage, not just of Takoma Park, but of historic neighborhoods throughout the nation's capital. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think we also have a request from Faith Wheeler to speak. We didn't have her on the list, but I understand she's on the line, ready to speak. If Ms. Wheeler can be unmuted. Do you see her, Juliana?
Chair Heath, I do. I did request an unmute.
Okay. We're still not hearing anything. All right. Still not hearing anything. All right, then we're gonna have to keep moving. We'll see if she is able to get unmuted. as the board continues discussing. Are there additional questions from board members?
I have a question of the applicant, if we could. I just thought of.
Sure.
Brought up by. This is probably from Ms. Kamenar Clark. Do you have a comparison of the amount of open space that exists that's being used at the Tacoma Metro, which the contiguous open space, versus how much you're providing in the design? And what I mean by usable, it seems to me that there are little patches of grass here and there that are dribs and drabs of things. But the area I'm talking about is between Cedar, Eastern, and the street that passes under the metro there. Do you have a comparison, knowing how much open space is in your design versus that?
Yes, and I appreciate the question. In today's presentation, we don't, but we submitted a comparative. And as a matter of narrative, I can give some numbers. The current, what is grass or planting, that it has nothing to do with a building or a parking space or any other impervious surface. Today, we quantify that space, and it's about 1.8 acres. What we have proposed with the building, the WMATA improvements on the bus loop and access and all of the vehicular access and egress for the building, that is a combination of the park on Carroll, part of the park on Eastern and Cedar, and then the last piece of the park on the northern portion of the building that is basically it's our abuts our neighbors to the north, is in the aggregate very close to 1.8 acres. So it's 0.55 on Carroll, 1.15 between Cedar and Eastern, which is the largest portion of the park, the triangle, and then 0.15 acres to the north for an aggregate of 1.85. So we are just about equivalent in open space. And the big difference, if I may, is that this is programmed, is graded to be accessible and functional, and it does have areas that people can actually play. The current grading right now of the areas in green in the open space is really just a few walkways. And to my knowledge, they're not ADA accessible. So people have to go walk around the block on Eastern Cedar, and they also have steep grades already. So that's just my opinion. So as far as to answer your question, it is it's very.
It's about the same. About the same.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did that complete your questions, Matt?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Can we go back to the slide at the beginning that showed the board's comments from the last hearing? Okay, thank you for that. I don't think I have any final questions. If I'll just ask one last time if Faith Wheeler is on and wanting to make a statement.
Chair Heath, Faith is on. I've requested unmute. So if Faith is able to unmute herself.
Still not hearing anything. Okay, wanted to give her one last opportunity before the board deliberates, because I think we've reached that point. Unless the, I'll give the architect or the applicant team an opportunity to respond to the comments that you heard and give your closing.
I don't think, again, this is Paul Tummins, Goulson and Stores. I would just reiterate, I think that we've been responsive to the comments we heard from the June 1st HPRB meeting. Zoning Commission has reviewed this project, has approved this project. We note the updated staff report in this today's hearing, and its recommendation that the review board find the proposed concept be compatible with the character of the Tacoma Park Historic District, and that final approval be delegated to staff. We will work with staff on the 2 issues that they raised in their report, and we ask that you adopt the staff report and approve this project today. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Is the board ready to deliberate then?
Sure.
Okay. All right. We spent quite a bit of time discussing this, reviewing it, looking at revisions from the architectural team. I think what they've done is an improvement. I think, you know, I think the board, and correct me if anyone doesn't agree, but I think the board generally agreed in the last hearing that because of the scale and location of this site, that a project of this size, height massing was appropriate. I know that's been a big source of much of the comments from the community, but I think the board has moved beyond that and is in agreement with staff that this site can support this mass and density. I think where we were was really working through the details, making sure that the materials were compatible, that the detailing was compatible. And I think we're getting there. I'm curious to hear others' comments, but I would support the staff report.
That's what I remember too, Madam Chair. I'm not adverse or opposed to the scale of this project. I think it's appropriate for the site. And I agree. I actually appreciate the changes that they've made in the design. The only small comment that I had, and I'm just gonna say it to get it out of my head, is the updated design. I guess I'm trying to figure out how to identify it. It's like the second building from the right, the one that's yellowish in color.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know that sort of achieves what I know they were trying to fit in or make it more compatible in terms of just material characteristic to the neighborhood. I think the brick does that. I think the first building does that. And I understand what they did switching from what appears to be like metal into the brick across the larger building. The yellowish color, though, I'm not so sure about that. But I don't think it's not at all something that would hold up the proposal. I just wanted to say it so that it's on record. But in general, I'm supportive of the project.
Okay.
Yeah, I pretty much align with those thoughts. Couple other things to just think about, just to sort of clarify some thinking, I think, for folks who have made comments to the reverse or to the opposite side of this. I think you have to take everything in context. This building is at a metro station, and they have done a good job of pulling the building away from some of the neighbors and having this park space intervening and things. And I think that counts for something. And if this building, say, were in another part of Tacoma Park, where it had shorter neighbors right up against it and across the street and things, and it wasn't near the metro station, I think we'd be having a very different conversation. But I think those are very, very important considerations. And I think the building does a good job of activating the ground floor at a transit center, which is what it should do. Its articulation has gotten simpler, I think, which is to the benefit of the building. I think I appreciate some of the details that they have shared with us about how the building would be articulated, because I think that is something one does see in Tacoma Park, and communities like it, some of the things they've noticed. And I think that the amount of open space, and as the landscape architect articulated, how that is going to be, you know, sort of improved, and with really no appreciable loss of the amount of usable open space, and even enhancing it with programming and other features seems to me to be a significant benefit. And I don't know that, you know, the building, they've taken a lot of care to design the ground floor in a way that is active and engaging. And I think, as I've said before in other cases, that's really a very, very important aspect of how buildings relate to their sites. In particular, in metro stations, they've done a good job of orchestrating that and curating that ground floor environment in a way that is compatible. So I'm supportive of the project. I think some of the staff report issues about some of the storefronts they should seriously consider and work with the preservation staff about maybe seeing what they can do about making those things a little bit more articulate. But by and large, I support the staff report.
Okay. Any other comments from anyone? All right. Then I will make a motion that we support the staff report and ask that the applicant continue to work through the additional refinements as noted in the report.
A second.
All right. Any further discussion? Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone oppose? And the motion carries. Thank you. And thank you to everyone for your participation over the course of this series of hearings. We're ready.
Marnie, just to clarify,
yes.
Gretchen was not on that vote. Is that
That
correct?
is correct. Yes. She
Thank
had to
you.
step away, so she's not on that vote. She will be back likely around 2.
Great.
And I'm gonna have to step away at 2:15. So we're gonna swap and she will take over as chair at that point.
Yeah, I have a hard stop at 2. So.
Okay. So we may then, Steve, have to begin this hearing and then shift cases.
Okay. Leah,
to
let's see
next week.
how far we get with this one.
Okay, we'll
So
do that.
this is a concept application in the Cleveland Park Historic District for a second floor addition on a excuse me, a modest one-story bungalow on Quebec Street. Here you see the property on the left. This is an unusual example in which HPO is supporting a visible second floor addition. We think that the unusually small size of this house, together with the context, which is made up of primarily larger two-story buildings, as well as the architect's, we think, very skillful response into how to set the addition down into the mass of the building so that it doesn't read as a full second floor, warrants some flexibility from the board's typical rules about roof additions. So we are supporting the general concept of what is being proposed. There are 2 different options. The architect has loaded up, or we have loaded up for her, the initial option that she proposed, which calls for a gabled roof dormer about 20 feet behind the primary roof of the building. At our request, she developed a second option, which calls for a slightly lower shed dormer for that element, which reduces its visibility. It does have some impact on the usability of the second floor, which she'll walk you through. And so their first option, this is a little bit like our first case, that the first option is the applicant's preferred option. We are recommending approval of the second option, the shed dormer option, and these options will become a little bit clearer as the architect walks you through the plans. But with that, I'll turn it over to her to take you through the project.
Right. Good afternoon. My name is Mary Margaret Stacy. I'm with Hill and Hurt Architects. And if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. This is just a little bit of the context of Quebec Street that Mr. Calcott was mentioning. As you see, the Quebec streetscape is mostly two-story homes. There is a bungalow adjacent to ours, which has a two-story at the rear. On the alley side, these are all two-story houses with the exception of ours, with an exposed basement with a garage. The example at the bottom is a single-story home on Rodman Street with a two-story addition that was done in, I believe, about 2016. It's a very cute shotgun house with a camelback at the rear, which was pretty nicely done and detailed. The existing first floor plan of our Walton has the nice characteristically deep front porch, entering into the living room, dining room, and back to the kitchen with the private spaces on the right-hand side. We're really maintaining those public spaces as you move through the house and enlarging the kitchen a bit by pulling our stair, which was at the rear of the kitchen, over to the living room so that we have an up and down stair coming into the living room rather than having to walk back through the kitchen to that space. Oh, okay, so you can see the existing roof or existing attic plan next to the proposed second floor plan. And what you'll see is that stair coming into a small connecting piece. And this is the gable connection that Mr. Calcott was mentioning. And that goes back to 2 bedrooms above the volume of the first floor. There is no additional, essentially, additional footprint to this house. So we have the existing roof of the porch in the front, the main front-facing gable as you move back, and we've preserved the gable end over the kitchen as well. And then you can see on the roof plan the shaded portion of where we're sitting over top of the existing roof of the house. Okay. This is the plan for the shed roof option. And as you can see, we impede slightly on the stair. So this becomes a very low area where we really just get 7 feet to make it up into the stair and back into those bedroom areas. The ceiling height at the second floor is 8 feet, and we are sloping down at the eaves to about 6'8". So we have tried to keep this as really as low slung as possible. At that front connection piece, we're only about 6'4" to the eave height and interior. So in the preferred option, you can see the existing front elevation on the left and on the right, the addition. So our little front connection piece sits back about 19 feet 10 from the existing front porch. This is pushed back pretty deep from the front of the house. And then looking back at the rear, and as you'll see when we go around the side, we're proposing a set of double gables to really keep that roof height low as we come into a cross gable at the rear of the house. The existing gable of the kitchen is still present with a new deck at the rear. So on the side, again, this is kind of our first option with the gabled connection piece that allows us to have some additional height as we come up the stair. We have an extrusion of the cross gable at the dining room that comes across and joins with a matching gable towards the rear of the house with that lower front connection piece. And again, that lower front connection piece is about 19 feet 10 back from the face of the house. It's only 3'4" above the existing, or sorry, 3'6" above the existing ridge height. At the tallest point of that double gable, we're 5'6" above the existing ridge height. So we really tried to keep those double gables as low as we could in getting into that second floor with kind of that glassy connection piece on the front, which is hopefully in the model of a airplane bungalow. Okay. All right, so this is the shed roof alternate. And again, looking at the front of the house, the shed is pushed back a little bit farther, which gives us a little less space to come up in the stair. But this is about 23 feet 10 to that front, the frontmost projection of the shed connection piece. in both options, we're 39'10" back to the highest point on the roof from the front porch. There's no change at the rear with this option. At the side, again, we're pushed back 23 feet from the front edge of the front porch and 39'10" to the highest point on that gable from the front. Again, in this option, we're only about 3'4" to, I guess, the top peak of that shed, and only about 6 inches above the existing roof line in the front to where that shed begins. So we keep the pattern of windows on the lower level. So from the front, this would be if you're essentially standing in front of the house on Quebec Street, there would not be much of that connection piece visible at the front of the house at street level. This is the shed alternate. Again, there's not much change to see aside from that you see a bit more shingle than in the last. There you go. Thank you for flipping quickly so you could see those. This again is kind of our preferred front connection because it's a little glassier and offers a little more height at our stair. But this would be more as you're standing back a little further in the street looking at the house. Okay, and the shed option again. If you were looking down Quebec from the other side, again, this would be standing, all the way across the street to see this view. You can see the gabled connection piece with the double gable behind as we kind of move further and further away. And the shed option, which again, the front of that shed really sits right down on the existing front gable end. Again, back even further, a little bit more of the extrusion of our cross gable at the dining room and our front gable connection piece. And then with the shed alternate. Okay. And from the rear of the house, the kitchen projection of that gable end is still present, but you can see kind of how that interacts with the double gable at the back, that cross gable. But we're trying to retain as much of the existing fabric as possible, the old garage doors, matching brackets, and the detailing that's really present on this house and is something that we all really love about the house. And this is from the opposite side, again, looking at that cross gable, double gable. Can I answer any questions? We went through that one a little quickly, but it's a bit different scale than the previous projects.
Board members have questions? We'll come back to questions then. We do have quite a few people who are registered to speak. We're way behind schedule, so I'm not sure if they're all still on, but we'll try to get through them before we have to end for today. Giving each 3 minutes. If we, I think it's Julian Ha is the first person I have registered.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'd like to thank the board and the HPO for this opportunity to present our case. My name's Julian Ha, and I'm with my better half, Annette Kuster, who's going to speak after me. She's registered as well. Just a quick origin story. Originally from New York City, my wife's from Germany. We met in London, moved to the DMV area in 2007 to raise a family. So we're now a family of 5 plus a rescue dog. We've been raising our family in Northern Virginia, but have always wanted to live in Cleveland Park. Frankly, ever since our daughter and middle son attended the Washington School of Ballet at the corner of Porter Street and Wisconsin Avenue. That's how we got to know the area. Fast forward, we came across this Sears Kit house in February of this year, and we were very taken by it and the story, underlying it. It was actually the granddaughter, who's now in her 70s, who sold us the property. It was her grandfather who had purchased it and assembled it. It is essentially in its original state, and not much, if any, modernization has taken place. The 2 bathrooms, I think, are from the 1950s, and the very basic kitchen is from the 1990s. So it's sort of walking through a time warp when you go through the front door, and we knew that going in. Again, just want to highlight, we're not developers. We want to invest in this property, bring it up to code and modern living standards so that we can occupy it as a family going forward. Currently, as you know, the house is 1 story with 2 bedrooms on the main floor. This is why we are hoping to add a 2nd story in the back so that we may have 2 bedrooms, one a primary and the other one for our children. So as we were working with our architect, we were very mindful to propose a modest addition while preserving all the historical characteristics. Our understanding is that we are actually zoned for about 40 feet of height, and we're really proposing to add around 5 feet 6 inches. So we'll still be way below the permitted height, I think by over 10 feet. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mary Margaret. Again, we're not proposing any footprint expansion, and we're also preparing and steeling ourselves to invest significant resources to restore the historical aspects of the house, including the windows and many other details that I think require some repair after 100 years. And finally, I just wanted to say that we've truly been moved by the outpouring support from our direct neighbors and other engaged residents of Cleveland Park, none of whom we knew before this process, and most of whom, frankly, we still haven't met. This outpouring of support, I think there are over 15 letters of support that were filed, I think is frankly a validation in Annette and I's mind that we made the right decision to move to Cleveland Park, and is probably going to be the silver lining that we're going to take away from this experience. So with that, thank you for the opportunity to allow us to share our backgrounds and the reasons for embarking upon this project. May I pass the camera to my wife? I think she's up next.
Yes, and as the applicant, you didn't need to register for testimony. You can just speak.
Oh, thank you.
The floor is yours when you are the applicant. It's not just the architect. So you didn't need to. Anyway, you're
Thank you.
speaking
We
now.
haven't done this before, as you can tell. So, but thank you.
No worries.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for your time. I'm cognizant of the time and demands on everyone's time, so I'm going to keep this very, very short. I'm not going to repeat any points that were already made very well by both our architect and by Julian. I just wanted to underline that what's really been driving our proposal and the development of that proposal has been putting historic preservation in a very sensitive way of approaching modernization and creating a relatively small amount of extra space. That's really been at the forefront of our proposal, and which is why we, and especially our architect, have also worked in close cooperation with the HPO staff, because we wanted to propose something that would fit into the neighborhood, would be guided by historical preservation, but balances that with modernization and the creation of a relatively small amount of extra space to really accommodate a family of 5 and a dog. So I'm going to leave it at that, because I know there are a whole number of other testimonials coming up, but we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to the board for questions after we hear testimony, but thank you both for your participation today. The next person I have is Chris Stern.
Can you all hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. I live directly across from 3424. I live at 3425 and Quebec Street. And so when these folks put up a notice saying that they were going to renovate the house or addition, my wife and I were concerned. And but it's this thing that, because it's a very modest house, so I was worried that somebody was going to try to oversize it. And this proposal, the first proposal and the second proposal, are just great. They accept that this house is a modest house. They understand that, and we really appreciate everything that they've done. without any suggestions at all. So I actually know this house very well because we knew the previous owner very well. Our kids stayed in that house during COVID because it was empty. What I can testify to a little bit is that house is bordering on unlivable inside. It desperately needs help, both inside and frankly outside. And so we're really excited about this and enthusiastically endorse this. So it's this house we see every time we walk out our front door, every time we look out our living room door, every time we look out our bedroom windows. So without knowing anything about architecture, thoroughly endorse this proposal. And that's all I got to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. The next person I have is Keith Mantle.
Chair Heath, this is Juliana speaking. Keith is not on the line.
Okay. Actually, he sent in a letter that says he won't be. That was for the ANC meeting. But we do have a letter from him offering his support. Martin Kleinbard. Is Martin Kleinbard on?
Chair Heath, Martin is not on the line.
Okay. Bob Ward.
Me?
Bob Ward.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Great. Thank you. My name is Bob Ward. I live in Cleveland Park. Chair Heath and members of the board, I'm talking to support the application to update and modestly expand this Sears Walton bungalow. I became aware of this application while watching the ANC 3C committee meeting that reviewed it. And after seeing the plans presented and the rationale for them, I was a little disturbed to hear that the project was not supported by the Historical Society's Art Committee. I thought the owner's approach to this addition was pretty considerate, and I think it works well with the existing house. The addition is set back quite a bit and allows the iconic front of this Walton to remain the first impression you get when seeing the house from the front. And I think, as the applicant said, this house is on greatly underutilizes the lot that's available to them. They're not changing any lot occupancy. The height increase is less than 6 feet. There's no changes to the side yard, 3-inch expansion towards the rear yard. I mean, these are modest changes to a very modest house. For what it's worth, I think the preferred option looks better, but I understand why the alternative was proposed. And I just think when a homeowner makes a thoughtful attempt to adapt a contributing house to current use, is the case here, and is willing to make modest adjustments based on feedback from staff, I mean, I don't think we should shut the door on them, as the ARC report did in opposing the proposed second-story addition. I'm really impressed by the high level of support the project received from neighbors on the block and in the immediate area, as well as the unanimous support from the ANC. And reading through the comments, many are clear fans of preservation and note that this project is one that is done right. And I agree with that. So I hope the board approves this application.
All right. Thank you so much for your testimony. The next person we have is Sarah Dean.
Hi, this is Sarah Dean. I am right next door in 3428 Quebec. And so I think I will probably have the most view of the addition. I'm supportive of either one. I am just thrilled with how much love and attention to historic integrity is going into the redesign of this house. I moved to Cleveland Park about 7 months ago. This was actually where I always wanted to live as well. I certainly did not have the time, patience, or money to put into a reno like you all are doing. So I appreciate it. I had a developer do my property, got outbid on 2 Sears homes before moving here. So I personally love them and just think the way that you're doing this to keep the front with that beautiful porch the yard. I work from home all the time and actually bought this house to have light where I spend a lot of time working and can still look out on your backyard and the trees, and the fact that all of that is going to stay, that it really is just to update and modernize the home, which I do think would be necessary for a family of 5, and to just bring this house up to 2023 and what people expect. Annette was nice enough to give me a tour because I do love historic properties, and there is so many good things about this house, but it does need you know, a little bit of a redo for 2023, and this one's just fantastic. So I'm so excited to have you all be my neighbors. I'm a little bit afraid, as is, that it would be a bunch of 20-somethings partying over there without a redo, and that's what I'm moving from on U Street in row houses. So I'm just thrilled. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. The next and last person that we have is Lenise Jorgensen.
I'd like to thank everybody for how much time and attention and thought they've put into this renovation. We are very appreciative of new neighbors that are sensitive and respectful to historic preservation standards. My husband and I live across the street, not directly, but kitty corner we live at 3421, and we can see the pretty much full-on view of this property from our porch, actually from my front door, from my front window. It's pretty apparent. And one of the things I'd like to point out is that while the shed roof alternative is better than the original design, it really, in my view, studied the guidelines and following historic preservation standards and enforcement for years. It doesn't really go far enough to minimize the visual impact of the second floor. I think someone noted that this is an unusual situation, but it still is a departure from the precedent that this board has enforced in the past. I think that the mention of the Rodman property is a little bit out of context. It's quite far away. It's several blocks away. And it was actually a true addition to the back of the house, not built on top of the original structure. Plus, it was set back further from the street. So I would argue that that's less important than some of the other things we should talk about. I think what we should talk about is not how many letters of support were received. In fact, this is not a popularity contest. This is not for citizens to weigh in on other issues. This is about historic preservation. And the Historical Preservation Review Board is tasked with the duty to enforce these guidelines and the duty to uphold the standards. And that's why I think that really we're just here to comment and tell people how we see it from the nearby neighborhood. I would also note that many of the letters of support are not from immediate neighbors. In fact, a large portion of them are from people who live quite far away, and some of them have not even identified their addresses. So I'm not quite sure why they would want to weigh in like that, but let's return to what is the main issue. The main issue and the main question is, does this meet the guidelines? The guidelines, and I think as many have pointed out, not only at the ARC, but some of the other discussion, is that the addition needs to be compatible with the original building and the character of the neighborhood. The addition should complement and not dominate the house. The addition should be subordinate to the house and not compete with it. And again, should follow the guidelines. That's why they're there. We're not here to talk about the other issues that have been raised. We all know, we all love this neighborhood. We want people to move in this neighborhood. So far, we don't necessarily need to loosen these standards to encourage development in this neighborhood. And basically, these decisions should be based on an interpretation by experts in historical preservation. And this is just too big. It's just too big. And while I approve, we very much appreciate the desire to look at a different alternative, we would like to see HPRB perform its important duty of protecting historic preservation by declining this particular request and asking the architect and the owners to work with HPO and try a couple of more concepts. to ensure an appropriate design that is consistent with the guidelines. And that's all I have. And I have some concern about how some of this has been characterized as, a groundswell of support from neighbors. You have the record, you can look at the comments, you can look at the people who've written in. I don't think there's anything from the neighbor on the east, not that I'm aware of.
Your time is up, ma'am, just letting you know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for
Heath.
your testimony today. Yes.
This is Juliana. We have Commissioner Nash also on the line.
Okay. All right. Let's hear from the commissioner.
Members of the board, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, thank you for letting me speak, and given the time, I will be brief. I represent the SMD where the application property is located on Quebec Street. And I'm also speaking today on behalf of the ANC, which has put a resolution in the application record, which you have in front of you. And I will not repeat the resolution, but I will just highlight a couple of points and the findings resolved of the ANC. First of all, the ANC heard and reviewed the proposal from the applicant's architect, and she presented as well the alternative sketches, which were then under discussion and had been prepared at the request of the HPO staff. The ANC was also noted communications from the community, including from some neighbors adjacent to the property in support of the proposal, and noted as well communications from other neighbors adjacent to the property raising some objections to the proposed addition as viewed from the front on Quebec Street, as well as a report of the Cleveland Park ARC, which expressed concerns about the mass and scale of the original proposal. The ANC was also aware of one example cited by the architect of a existing second-story addition constructed behind and set back substantially from the front of a bungalow in the 3000 block of Rodman Street. So the ANC resolved that it does not object to the concept of constructing a second-story addition to the contributing house on the property, and also that it encourages the applicant and the HPO staff to work collaboratively to address in the final design the visual impact of the proposed addition from Quebec Street Northwest. And I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Sure. Thank you for joining and for conveying the commission's summary of thoughts. Do board members have any questions for the commissioner?
I don't, but I wonder how long we hold quorum, because I have a hard stop.
Right.
I'm already past here, and my suggestion would be to take this up at the next meeting.
Okay, I was going to suggest that now that we've gotten through testimony, that would allow Gretchen to be able to review the record, see the video, and participate next week. So I would say then that we'll close the record. We're not going to take additional testimony, and the board will have an opportunity to deliberate when we come back, just in the interest of time. And our last application for the day will shift to next week. All right. Any questions about that, Steve? Are we good?
No, we'll go ahead and put these on following we'll amend the agenda and put these on at the end so as to not change the published times for all the other cases.
Okay.
And we'll just all have an extra cup of coffee next week.
Right. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you, everybody, for your time and for hanging in there with us today. Well past our agenda posted time. All right, we'll be back next Thursday. Bye-bye.